Well, Crimson, in that regards, what is your problem with Maze Runner only having one maze?
Well, it's in the title, Sprinks, which I think you would have the biggest issue with, pertaining that you bring that up several times in the podcast, if the movie's title's relevant.
Uh, Yeah, I mean, okay, there's one main maze, but the other movies have mazes in them. They're just not physical.
Where's the maze in the second one? That's not
Thomas's mind. He
the
doesn't know where
virtual
he's
one.
going. They don't know where they're going
Isn't
at
that in
all.
the third one?
The whole
Oh,
Scorch
his
Trials is a
mind.
maze.
That's nonsense.
No,
No,
they don't.
no,
They have
no.
nowhere. They don't know where they're going. They can't trust anyone. They don't know who's an ally or an enemy. It's they don't know what direction to go in.
I wouldn't count a grocery store as a maze because I get lost in it.
It is rightfully a maze for a child.
Thomas is not a child. He's a
Well,
teenager.
I mean,
Or 20 or something. I don't remember what their
yeah,
ages
their
were.
ages
All
really
right,
kind of.
all right, all right, all right, you two. Let's break this up. Let's talk about Harry Potter.
Oh, okay,
Oh, Harry Potter. Something we can agree upon.
In
hopefully.
theory, will we agree on it?
I don't
Because we're
know.
at there for quite a while.
This is our second tier listing.
Hello,
Yeah.
everybody, and welcome back to the Cheap Seat Critics podcast. I'm one of our hosts, a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks. And if you look up Cheap Seat Critics podcast on out there on the interwebs, you'll find us on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook or oh boy, the Reddit, which gets talked about here and there. Who knows? We got a visual side of things on YouTube and Rumble, which I recommend for the tier listing. We look very different in this one. Thank you to our artist here, Crimson Maroon. It looks
Look,
snazzy.
Mom, no hands. Oh wait, only hands.
Look, Mom, only hands. Yeah. Oh, and a letterbox. We have a letterbox as well, where we like tally our scores and like averages of what we cover.
Think out.
Yeah. So today, yeah, we're gonna tier list not Harry Potter movies because that would be too easy, right?
Well, there's only 8 of them,
Way too easy.
unless we want to
It'd
count
be
in
too easy.
Fantastic Beasts
No.
and the Broadway play
No.
of The Forbidden Child.
Yeah, since you brought it up, though, we should probably name our favorite or least favorite Harry Potter movie.
Yes, I like this. And audience, we're not going to tell you why, because I think the why is the question you'll ask, which is also great for feedback, but also great when and if down the line, whenever it possibly is. This is not a hint because we're doing the tier listing that it is set in stone. It's not. Letting you know, it's not. Okay, don't freak us out like that.
I'm scared.
Of of Harry Potter. I lost track on my original plot I was going with here.
All right.
We're not giving
we're
our
going to list
reasoning
our least
because-
favorite and favorites without reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The reason being is because you'll
That's
get
it.
our full histories if we ever cover the franchise.
That's what I was going with. Thank you.
Yeah. Don't worry, buddy. We're here to anchor you. That's why we're a team here on this podcast.
Well, Ryder, with your idea of it, go ahead and start.
All right. Sure. My least favorite Harry Potter movie is Fantastic Beasts. Next
Okay,
question.
That's funny.
Whoa! Main
Rubbish.
Rubbish!
Hey, we didn't set any rules. I am totally.
I'm
picking
Hey,
setting
here's a
it.
rule: no Fantastic Beasts films.
Main line.
That's saying Lord of
Dang
the Rings
it.
and Hobbit's your answer. No.
Dang it. Okay. Least favorite is. I guess this is referring to specifically the tier listing. I don't have a set tier list, but I did rewatch all the films for this podcast. Going through it again, my least favorite one was Half-Blood Prince.
All right.
Okay.
And your favorite?
That's a little harder. I'm gonna go with Order of the Phoenix, actually.
Well, to keep this nice and short, I agree with everything Ryder said.
Interesting.
Wow, really?
Yeah, and I've had that opinion for a while.
Crimson certainly
Half-Blood
has.
Prince and Part 1 jump around. That depends on my day, but
Fair enough.
it's up there. It's a bad one of the worst for me.
Well, I can see both your points, but it's fine. I've seen them all. My favorite is Prisoner of Azkaban, and my least favorite is Deathly Hallows Part 1.
Oh, yeah. I should also.
Decent choices.
Yeah, I'm gonna add in my caveat without explaining. Prisoner of Azkaban is also usually in my top ones. I'm just fresh off a rewatch though, which is why Order of the Phoenix is higher.
Beautiful.
And I guess the last question is, what's your houses, gentlemen, and possibly your second house? Because I'm assuming we've all taken a Harry Potter house quiz.
Well, yeah, Crimson gave us a
Yes.
quiz to take, which is
Yes,
another question I was going to have is, not history because it's not a coverage of movies, but what was your preparation for the tier list? Which I guess follows suit into houses.
Yeah, I'll go with the house thing first. The quiz we took was the Wizard More Extended Sorting Hat quiz. So feel free to do that if you like. And my result was Ravenclaw. A proud
And,
Ravenclaw.
and your second?
Two-way tie between Hufflepuff and Slytherin.
Nice. Mine. Going in, I thought it was going to be either Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. I am a Ravenclaw, with Hufflepuff as a close second.
No surprise.
Yeah, it was the difference of one question.
And for myself, in a pretty high lead against the other houses, Slytherin, with a surprising second being Ravenclaw.
Very surprising. That would be the one I expect the least out of you.
Same. I thought it would be Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw. That was not the case.
And then you brought up preparations. I did not rewatch the films, but I have seen them plenty of times and could. We quote the movies constantly on our free times. So I didn't watch them, but I did go through our list of 50 that we picked. It's not every character in the movies, and I did pre-rate them. Let's see how many of them stick for me.
Yeah, I guess that's a good thing to bring up. We're categorizing 50 characters. Our original plan was 30, but there was too hefty amount we didn't want to cut out. It could be 100, but that would be very lengthy. So sorry for those who are big fans of Ernie, the night bus driver. He's not here.
Or the Shrunken Head.
Or the Shrunken Head.
Sacrifices had to be made.
Yeah. So my preparation for this was I watched little clips on YouTube of the movies. I've also seen them extensively so many times. And I've been listening to the soundtrack throughout the week of the collection of all the films.
And you guys both have a predetermined tier list, right?
Yes. I've written down all 50 and what I would put the character in with also not benchmarks, but like margins they could sway kind of thing. So I don't have like
once you're accepting to move with.
Yeah, I don't have any one character in one specific not budging position.
Interesting. I'm assuming you have a similar story, Crimson.
They all have a letter.
Fair enough.
Whether or not they move is based off our discussions.
This is going through my experience of the Pixar tier list we went through. So I'm like, I probably should have margins.
Yeah. Again, I think I mentioned it already. I don't have a preset tier list, but my preparation was I did rewatch all the movies because I saw them a bunch growing up, but it's been a number of years since I've seen it. So I'm fresh off of the I guess the knowledge of it. And I too have been listening to the soundtrack. I have a half-hour version of Flight of the Order now saved, and another half-hour version of Lily's Theme saved on my YouTube.
Two really good ones. I guess even to go with that, Crimson, do you have a favorite Harry Potter song?
Lily's Theme.
Okay. I was going to say no shame if you said Hedwig's Theme.
No, I listened to the half-hour version that writer's probably referencing quite frequently.
Lily's Theme is good.
It is good. I think the one I've been listening to the most throughout the week has been Windows of the Past, which is the song that plays in Prisoner of Azkaban when Harry and Remus have their talk.
Is the one where they're on the bridge?
Yeah. On the
bridge. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm like, I'm trying to think of that song. I'm like, the only notable one was the one on the bridge. Yeah,
Yeah, it's the
I think that
flute.
was good. Yeah, it's a fucking good one. I like that one too.
This isn't a musical tier list.
It's
No,
true.
Harry
It's
but
not.
Potter.
the question it was being said by Ryder. I want to,
Yeah.
Hopefully this
All
is
right.
good enough info for people listening to understand kind of our choices going forward.
Yes. Uh, all right. Well, I guess with that, gentlemen, shall we dive into the tier list?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and we're going in alphabetical order
Yes.
from the 50 we
Out of
have.
our 50. One of them is messed up, so sorry for that.
It's the end of the world.
I mean, it should be the first one, but it's not, and that's on me.
Okay.
That's my blame. I'm sorry. I'll take blame for it.
I think the only other thing we need to say about this is it's going to work like our Pixar tier list. It's a combination of both objective and subjective and everything else that, as I think Sprinks once put it off camera.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a combination of anything.
It's
kinda
a
going
sinister
on.
rating.
Yeah, I guess the only thing we don't. I mean, yeah, it can be added in, but I have nothing to go with books, unfortunately.
No, I think this should be the movies.
Movies only. Okay, this is
Some
movie
characters are
only
pretty
then.
different. Yeah.
Yeah.
And one more thing, because we keep piling them on. But at the end of the tier list, we are each allowed to shift one character of their choice one tier.
Did we? Yeah. Did we do? We didn't do that for Pixar, but I guess we can do it here.
But I think we should do it here. I mean, a little.
Yeah, this one makes more sense. Yeah,
There's 50 options.
There's a lot. Yeah, this one makes a little more sense than doing it on movies themselves. These are characters, so.
Yeah, but that can be only used at the end, kind of thing, if you wish to use
Once the list is established. Yeah.
All right. Well, gentlemen, shall I read us off our first character?
Sure, a big one.
Yeah, her star. We're coming out swinging here. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore.
Ooh, which one? The first two movies? Or...
Both. This includes both
yes
Richard Harris and Michael Gambon, not Jude Law.
Two pretty different Dumbledores. But, all right.
They really are very different Dumbledores. It's true.
Yeah. Now, when we did the Pixar tier list, when we kind of went with this, we didn't really have an order of who to start with. So there was like some pauses situation. I think to avoid that, we should go down the line like we did with the baseball draft, and that person chooses, starts with your answer. I think just to save that awkwardness.
All right. Since I guess I'll go first then, if you'd like.
Yeah.
I would put Albus Brian Wulfric Percival Dumbledore in. Probably A. I probably saw an A.
I am agreeing with that A.
Interesting. How very interesting this is, because I am also in agreement with an A.
He's a very strong character. It's kind of hard to. There's a lot to like about him, and as a character, and there's a lot to feed off of him in terms of just what he is in the world as a character. So it kind of makes sense that he would be kind of higher up on the tier list.
Yeah. No, he's big. Big character.
Yeah, I feel like he'd be an S on a lot of people's, and the only reason I don't have him as an S is because I like to have S be premium, low numbers, and there's just a couple more I'd put over Dumbledore.
I guess that's something I should also put in. I think I'm the only one who did this. So I have all mine listed of my 50 and what I'd give them. I also have it categorized of how many I have in each section.
I have 6 S's. There you go.
You have 6. Okay. I have 3.
I have 1 off the top of my head.
I have 3 S's, 12 A's, 11 B's, 12 C's, 10 D's, and 2 F's.
Wow. There's going to be a lot of debates based off what my list is.
And I've got nothing.
So I will say the next one, right? In the order you're thinking?
Yeah. I mean, we're all agreement. Albus Dumbledore, A.
Springs,
Dumbledore.
would you mind dropping
Dumbledore.
pictures just in case for me in
Oh,
the chat?
yes.
Yeah. It's I can probably remember since I'm more fresh off of it, but just in case. Because we're going through this list, and there's definitely a name I don't
I know
recognize.
that's something I'd like to play with as well, with a name, and if you don't recognize the name, might show the importance of the character to you. Just a little. Like if you went through all 8 films, I feel like that might hold something. But yes, you'll still get the images.
The next one up, really important character to one of the films, kind of. Aragog. Hagrid's best friend in the Forbidden Forest.
It's not his best friend. It's his half brother.
No.
That's
no.
Grop.
Aragog's a spider. I'm thinking of
Yes.
something else.
Grop is the half brother.
Grop is the half brother.
Yeah. Can't blame me on that one because they say his name like twice. Aragog, I'm going to preface this on how I rated things. This is in comparison to the other characters. This isn't as a whole. Like if I give a character a D, I probably think of them more as a B in whole, but compared to everything, it would be a D, which is where Aragog is. I have Aragog as a D.
Okay.
Because I think there's a lot more characters that are more compelling, interesting to watch. He's fine as a character, but very shallow. So I have him as a D.
Okay, nothing too big to fight on with that. I have Aragog as a C, so just a little higher. I think the use of him in the sense of behind the scenes a little of the practicality of him all being practical effects and life size. Rupert Grint, who plays Ron, actually has a fear of spiders, and it's still, I think, something held to him of Aragog to this day. I like the slow of a voice that he has. I kind of like his little story with Tom Riddle of how close he is to Hagrid. It's interesting that, to me, the backstory is all we have of connection in Hagrid in the films, and we don't have a scene of Hagrid with Aragog later. And I mean, I guess his funeral in the 6th film.
True. I don't know where they would have fit that in, though.
Yeah.
To be fair.
So I have him at a C, but a D is fine with me in my margins.
I'm trying to. Yeah, Aragog is interesting in that he shows like he's a writer's tool. He's there to give some exposition on the Chamber of Secrets and that Hagrid never opened it. But we don't see him again, obviously, until his funeral. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with C. Serviceable, as he is, but I don't think he's like obviously a very deep character.
Well, you're both at C. That would be majority. And
Want to make an argument for it?
I mean, I think I said my piece on it. I just think with all the other characters we have, it's weird seeing him along some other C's we're going to have, but I'll go with it for now.
That's a good point. Looking at our list, see, this is why I asked you to talk. I'll drop mine to D. I think he's a better D. It's not that I don't think he's a bad character. It's just that it's going to be weird having him.
Okay, making a move because of the list itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's all. At least my view of a tier list is you got to compare everything within the list to make sense of itself.
Yeah, the list has got to make some sense by the end.
I mean, it made sense for me with him C, but hey, I'm not going to fight the D. I think that's fine. Damn it, that's going to be a quote taken out of context.
You bet your ass it is, kiddo.
All right. Well, next up on the list is Argus Filch.
Yes. He's an interesting one. He's the janitor slash like
hall monitor
slash
Groundskeeper.
Groundskeeper. He's
groundskeeper.
got a multitude of roles that he undergoes.
Thanks. Were you gonna say your rating?
Yeah. I have Filch as B. Another element I have to a character for my list is how present they are in all 8 films. And I think Filch is in every film. I think, and he's not an antagonist, but he's just like, I think he's a fun character who doesn't seem to like kids and works around children.
I think there was time he approaches antagonism when his cat is petrified in Chamber of Secrets.
Yes.
No, he blames Potter for that.
Crimson, you're saying he's not a prisoner?
No, I ran it through. He is. Yeah. When they're looking for Sirius Black in the paintings, he's there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think I would probably put him in a C for me. And the reason for that is I think I wouldn't mind putting him in as a B, but I think what I don't like about Filch is he kind of gets a little more inconsistent towards the end of the films. He turns more into a blubbering idiot in the last 2-3 films. Actually, no, he's a blubbering idiot in Goblet of Fire too, which is not really there in the first 3 at all.
That's true. They did mess with the tone of this character.
Yeah, they sideline him more as a sideline character.
Yeah, they sideline him more, but they make him dumber, which I didn't like.
Yeah, they turn him more into a comedic character.
Yeah, like
the cannon bit, the bursting pimples from the chocolate.
The funny jogging he does.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
love the jog.
The jog is pretty good. That's an S tier jog right there. Like it rivals the Tom Cruise run. But
but also just students out of bed, students in the corridor.
They're supposed to be out of bed.
You bubbling idiot.
Yeah. And I think that's what drops him from B to me. The fact that they kind of made him dumber as the films went along. When he started out as a shrewd, more serious character, I understand the necessity for whimsy. The issue that I take with it is that it damaged the character for me a little bit. So I'm on a C for Argus Filch.
Okay. Yeah, I had him as a B, but I was willing to move around with that one. So I think you got a good point with his inconsistency there. Even though his inconsistency of being comedic is better, I think. I enjoy the jokes with him.
Oh, yeah. I agree. I liked it. I just don't like that it wasn't consistent.
Because since this is a subjective-objective combo, I think that's enough for me to move him to a C.
I think it also goes into a slight touch. I mean, C's fine. I think it's also the touch that the films get more and more dark. So they took a character to be a little more comedic to kind of help with that. But it does damage his start character. And I don't know if they want to play that off as to older age. But
it's becoming senile or something.
Possibly.
Well, wouldn't the Urnverse be true then? Like he started out then more comedic, and then the older he got, the more senile he became. That would be the more, I guess, the traditional viewpoint of that.
Well, the senile bit of him as older is what makes him funny. Is what's coming across.
But we're all good on C for Filch,
C works.
Right?
Okay. I believe, since I'm next, then we have Arthur Weasley. It's not Sir Arthur Weasley, it's just Arthur Weasley, right?
Just Arthur Weasley.
He was not knighted by the Queen.
You never know. He could have been knighted by the minister, the ministry that he works for. To keep it quick, I think he's an A tier. He's he's a great side character and extremely well characterized in the brief times that we spend with him. And I think he kind of fills some of the fatherly role for Harry. in a lot of scenes as well. He's they invite Harry to come along with all their family trips and all the whimsical stuff that the Weasleys do because Harry Potter doesn't have a family; he lives with the fucking Dudleys. Um, I think he's a phenomenal side character. Good person, consistent with his values. Uh, Even still willing to risk his life for his family against the Ministry towards the end of the series once the Ministry goes evil.
Yeah, I also had him down as an A. I don't know. He's interesting because I do like how supportive he is to everyone, and to me, he's not your conventional like hero type guy. But every opportunity to be a hero or a nice guy, he takes it, and I appreciate that.
Huh. Well, on my list of Arthur Weasley, the A both of you are saying is out of my margin. I have Arthur Weasley at a C.
Oh,
So you had him below Filch.
Yes. My favorite thing
why?
of Arthur Weasley, I think, is the talk he has with Harry over Sirius Black in the Leaky Cauldron and Prisoner of Azkaban. I think everything else of Arthur Weasley is just Ron's dad being a nice guy. I don't think he's terrible. I think he's finally put.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like for me, it's definitely this is where my combination of objective subjective comes in for Arthur Weasley,
Yeah.
which is why I have him so high.
See, my subjective of it, which makes it a little lower, is he's Ron's dad, and we see him in more scenes with Harry.
Yeah, but where this is Harry's story we're following.
It's true, but Ron's still always around Harry, even with his own family. And I guess it could just be the fascination or, the unbeknownst of knowledge of Harry onto Arthur, which gives Harry more of a fascination to him to question and talk about, where Ron, he knows everything.
See, I don't see it like that. I see it as him wanting to be there as a support system for Harry because of Ron, he knows what the kid's gone through. So that's why when Harry's with them, he prioritizes Harry because he prioritizes Ron 100% of the time because Ron lives with him. And he's trying to make up for all the lack of familial affection that Harry gets with his own family while he's there.
I mean, he's also a member of the Order, which one of their goals is to protect Harry. I mean, Prisoner of Azkaban, he takes Harry aside to talk about Sirius because he knows about that. Or the Phoenix, he's there with everyone else, trying to listen to Dumbledore about protecting Harry, keeping him isolated, but that didn't really work out very well with Sirius. Oh.
I think,
So,
I guess
mixture.
I guess one of the biggest things for me with him he is the one that he didn't have to, but he's like the one that helped organize the event for taking Harry to go see the Quidditch tournament at the beginning of Goblet of Fire. And while that ends badly, it's still, I think, incumbent of his character to just kind of bring Harry along with his family, just trying to give him that.
Okay, I don't see the Quidditch tournament or the Quidditch Cup for Harry. That's Ron's
Well, it's a
friend.
family thing.
Yeah, and Harry's
Yeah,
invited and can come along. It's not.
Yeah.
I don't see it made for Harry.
No, it's not made for Harry, but they extend it to him. The fact that for me that adds into the facet of why I like him so much as a character. He does not. Funny enough, I think he's probably. He doesn't have as much screen time as a lot of other A-list characters would get, but I think he's up there still.
Yeah, he's pretty up there.
I can't see me going down to a C, and I'm thinking about maybe a B.
Are we acceptable with a B?
I'm thinking about it, and I don't know that I am. Not with Arthur Weasley.
It's a hard one.
Yeah.
So, with what we have, you're saying Arthur Weasley's on par with Dumbledore.
Yeah, I would happily put him next to Dumbledore. I'm trying to think of other characters right now this is the fault of me not having a preset tier list. I'm thinking of other characters right now that I would put in B, and I think I would probably put him. because I'm thinking of all the Weasleys right now, because they're just the easiest point of comparison for me. Outside of Ron and Molly, I think I would put all the other Weasley siblings in B, and I think he's above them.
Interesting. I'd rather not. I mean, because of my list, I don't think I should share that. I mean, we're starting with Arthur. But...
Yeah, well, like I said, mine's not a preset list, so
yeah.
I think there is a Weasley that I would drop down to C. I don't remember his name, which I guess just kind of goes to show that I don't remember all of them because there's so many.
Charlie.
Yeah, the dragon trainer, his brother Charlie.
Yeah. Who's just mentioned.
Yeah. No, the other one, the one that got married in
Bill.
the Deathly Hallows Part 1. Bill. He's probably one I would drop to C. Or D.
Okay, so I think I'm looking at my list. I'm willing to lower him to a B, but I'm not happy about it.
Out of my margins, I was fine putting Arthur as a D.
Yeah, I would. I'm not okay with that. Obviously,
yeah, we're on different planets with that.
if Crimson's dropping to B, I think that middleizes us to B. So all of us are we good with him putting him at B then?
Yes.
I'll begrudgingly.
Yeah, begrudgingly make it easier for all.
Keep in mind, you can move him at the end.
Yeah, that's true.
Also,
your one move.
Also, we didn't state this, but in line of what we have characters at, we don't really have like verbally we can say it, but visually we don't. Of like, it's a high B, it's a low B, it's a verge of a C. So like they're not moving around in the list they are in.
The tier.
It's kind of like all equal of that. But verbally we can say like, as you kind of hear with our discussion, Arthur's a high B right now. But
yeah. Potentially, Ryder will move him at the end. We will see.
Let's just see what the other choices provided. Keep that noted.
Yes.
All right. Now, up next is probably a lot of people's favorite character in the entire franchise, including Fantastic Beasts, Barty Crouch Sr. And I have him at a D for pretty much the same reasons as Aragog, where he fulfills a job, he's there, he gives a connection to Barty Crouch Jr., and that's about it. He sets up the tournament, or curates it. Yeah, you make sure it's on the up and up and well organized. But as a character, he's not very interesting. He's there, he does his job. That's it. D. Easy as that.
Crimson, I don't think I could agree with you more. I think the best thing about Barty Crouch Sr. is the Chinese fireball. Ooh. That's it. Everything else is just, he's there. He strengthens his son.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think effective tool. I love the actor playing him. I know him from Doctor Who and a couple other things.
Not a great couple of episodes he was in.
Not a great. Yeah, not a great episode for him. The script for Tenet was great though. Which is funny. We'll be talking about Tenet very soon. I put him in a D. Very serviceable. The actor does a great job with what little time he has. It's very quirky and he's kind of weird and funny and estranged, but there's not a lot to him that I would like to. Not a lot to him to sink my teeth into.
Wow,
you are no son of mine.
All agreeing to that one.
Yeah.
All right, and then I got to go first with this one with Barty Crouch Jr. Now, there's a caveat to this one. I don't know if we're including it, which could change some things. Is the portrayal of Mad-Eye Moody in the fourth film counted as Barty Crouch Jr.?
100%.
Yeah, it has to be.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I have on here. Because that is Barty Crouch.
Yeah, okay. So that helps with my margin move, but I'm going to still go with what I have him listed as. I have Barty Crouch Jr. as a B.
Okay.
I'll go next. I love his Barty Crouch Jr. playing Mad Eye Moody. But I kind of wished we saw more of him, like, as him. I think that's where a lot of my subjective stuff comes in, because I just want to see more of David Tennant, because David Tennant's such a great
I
actor.
wish he came back at the end in the battle.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah,
broke
well,
out of Azkaban with all the others.
Yeah, that would have been the ideal place to put him. Because he's such an important character for that film, he kind of just falls off for me. And the fact that he doesn't show up again, it kind of feels like,
Okay, well, that knowledge, you can go with a lot of characters saying that.
yeah. I mean, again, that's what feeds into this for me. He had a bit of a fall off. He wasn't very consistent, because he's established to be like very, very important to Voldemort as a follower. By He's with the Dark Lord physically in Goblet of Fire at certain points, which illustrates the importance of him to the Order. I think what is like the archetype of Barty Crouch Jr. is transferred, funny enough, to the next character on this list. So I have him at a C.
Okay, and writer, with it being freshest in your mind, is there ever a line said or anything of to why Barty Crouch Jr. doesn't come back?
No.
Okay.
Other like, if there was a throwaway line, it probably would help a little bit. I don't know if it would change my letter grade for him though.
Yeah, because that's why I wish he was at the end of the battle, because he just went to Azkaban. That was it. But they broke
that
Bellatrix
giant
out.
hole that got blasted to release Bellatrix. He was in that blast and died.
Oh, I mean, it could be.
It could be. Doesn't
that fate for him.
Yeah.
But no, that's not real. I made that. Yeah, my rating different from both of yours. I have him as an A. Purely because he's the reason why I like Mad Eye. We see far more of Barty Crouch's Mad Eye than Mad Eye himself, and I think he's the best Mad Eye of the two, without getting too deep into.
I think that's
the real one.
I'm in agreement with that. With when someone says Mad Eye, I think Goblet of Fire.
Yes. So I really like Mad Eye in Goblet of Fire, who is Barty Crouch. Crouch. So I gave him an A. I thoroughly enjoy his performance. His character's fun. I do agree a bit more of him would be good. We get him in the beginning with Voldemort, during the attack of the Quidditch, the flashback of the courtroom, and then the finale. Just little snippets here and there, but overall, I think he's good. I like his back and forth with his dad, with how minimal that was.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, he's very quickly characterized.
I mean, right now it sounds like a B for average.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with it being a B if we were to average him out. Yeah, the again, you bring up a good point, Crimson, about him being I guess, like, the reason we all like Mad Eye, because we see a lot of the character Mad Eye later on, but it's quick snippets and it's very business oriented Mad Eye. We don't really get a lot of time to sit with him as a character from that point on.
Also, something we don't fully know
Which
is that Barty Crouch is stronger than Mad Eye, or simply tricked him better,
or just got him in his sleep. We don't really know how that all worked out.
But got to capture the biggest aura.
Yeah. Yeah, Barty Crouch Jr. not that smart for just bringing Mad Eye along with him to Hogwarts, but it's
true.
Yeah, I'm okay if it's averaged out to a B. I understand he's a fan favorite.
I mean, again, it's David Tennant.
Yeah. Very cool. With what little screen time David Tennant has, he owns the role.
Okay. I'm sticking with an A, but the average between you two will
Well,
solidify
including the Mad Eye bit actually being him included in it moves my margin from BCD to ABC.
Okay. So are you sticking with your B, or are you?
No, I'm sticking with my
jumping up?
B,
Okay.
which I started with. But it's like if
He would have
you
been
two both
okay if
said
it was an
A,
A.
I would have been
Yeah.
okay with it. So who's next on this? This is now
I believe it's
to
me.
writer.
Yeah. Yeah. Next up on this list is Bellatrix Lestrange. Solid A tier character.
Okay.
Let's see where to start. Bellatrix Lestrange. As I said, what made Barty Crouch Jr. like an interesting, quirky villain, kind of for me, is what was absorbed into Bellatrix Lestrange for the movies afterwards, which include her. She's very chaotically evil. And the actress, I'm gonna forget her fucking name, but she does an amazing job
Helena
with
Barton
the
Carter.
role. Yeah. And I think the point at which I realized that she was more terrifying than quirky is obviously when she's torturing Hermione. That's a scene this time around that stuck with me on my rewatch. She has no qualms about doing her job, and like being cruel to others, which I think is an interesting part of the villain. She's more chaotic than Voldemort is, which makes their evilness just have different flavors, which is kind of an interesting way to think about a lot of the villains in this. We have interesting different flavors of evil with a lot of the characters in Harry Potter.
Yeah.
And
you got the lawful, neutral, chaotic of evil.
Yep. Pretty much. And I think Bellatrix Lestrange is a great villain.
Yeah, I have her as an A tier. I like every scene with her except her death. I never.
You're gonna be on your own for that one, buddy.
I did like that Molly fought her, but it felt like Bellatrix wasn't there. It didn't feel like Bellatrix to me.
I'll say, writer Crimson's not fully on his own there. I think what Molly did was creative.
No. I didn't say he's on his own. I said there's a lot of people who would disagree with him.
Oh, probably.
The majority of the fandom love that scene for Molly.
No, it's great for Molly, but with how big Bellatrix was, should have been a longer fight.
It was so quick and underwhelming.
Yeah.
She doesn't feel like Bellatrix there to me.
The visuals she's a great actress, and the visuals of the scene help a lot because if you having rewatched the show, Molly uses Avada Kedavra on her, and it surprises Bellatrix.
Was that Avada Kedavra?
She does. Molly does use
green,
it on her.
but
I'm like, it was like a dehydration spell.
Oh, that's the one.
No. One of the spells she deflects. That makes Molly take the fight seriously because there's a point in the fight where she's laughing and then you see her like get surprised because she had to block Avada Kedavra from Molly, which is cool to think about because one of the things detail I picked up this time rewatching the movies is when things got desperate, the Hogwarts students and even Ron and the gang started throwing around Avada Kedavra to save themselves because it's just a battle. It was actually pretty cool to see. It helped with the escalation. So good job on the visuals, whoever did that.
Were they using that everywhere?
I don't remember
no, they didn't use it everywhere. They just used it when they got particularly desperate. Like right before Neville cuts Nagini with the Gryffindor sword, Ron throws Avada Kedavra at Nagini.
Yeah, that's true, and it deflects off.
Yeah, they do it when the situation is particularly desperate, which is cool. I like the escalation of how they try to hold off from using it, but ultimately to save themselves, they are willing to use it. And in the case of Molly, she is just really angry at Bellatrix.
Well, yeah, she's trying to kill Ginny. It's taking out, a daughter of a mom. So. Not my daughter, you bitch.
Yeah. So, anyway, all to say, Crimson, her ending scene, I understand why you think it's underwhelming. Majority of the fandom would disagree with you. I think I like how she's killed. I would have liked a little bit more of her character to show up during the fight, if that makes sense. So I'm kind of in agreement with you on that point.
Well, I'm fine.
Sprinks yours.
Yeah, I'm fine putting her an A. I had her as a B.
Interesting.
I just had a couple more people I see higher above her, but it fits within my margins, and I'm okay with giving her an A. I do find it really funny in the scene where Voldemort pushes her over.
Yeah.
That's a fucking what a hilarious situation. If you're one of the Dark Lord's followers, you just see him faint.
Yeah.
And then Bellatrix is like the one worrying over him. It's funny.
Yeah. Or maybe he just had a moment of ecstasy. Either or.
He just fell over because it was so
After
orgasmic.
years of trying to kill this kid. All right, so Bellatrix an A.
I forgot who was next. Was Ryder next?
That would be you, Crimson.
That's
I'm
you,
the one that
Crimson.
went off with Bellatrix. Oh,
Yeah,
actually, hold on. One more thing for Bellatrix. She's just fucking hot. There we go. We can move on.
Well, minus the teeth. Yeah, I'll agree with you. Yeah. All right. Next up would be Cedric Diggory, the one and only Twilight Man himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a
And Batman,
lot of
whatever.
I have a lot of thoughts about Cedric Diggory. Most of it's my issues with JK's writing.
Or
But
screenwriter,
within funny enough, but within the scope of the film, they do a good job of building him up very, very quickly. And they do a good job of establishing who he is, what he is to the school. And he's pretty much a side character, despite his importance to the plot overall.
Yeah, I think they did just enough with him in terms of screen time and interactions with our cast to where I would think a lot of the audience would care about his death at the end. I didn't really get affected by it all that much, but I could see people reacting
That's more
to
of an
it.
objective that you recognize that they did put the effort in.
Yeah. I think there's enough for what they wanted out of him. And I gave him a B because I just think there's other characters I like more and just have a bigger presence than him. I think B is fair.
Okay.
Sprinks, you want to go?
Yeah, I have him as a C. Because he's mainly in one film. You could say he's in others, but he's a moving image. The popularity of Cedric Diggory is pretty big. I think he's probably the most well-known Hufflepuff in the films. Maybe?
Probably.
Yeah, I would say without a doubt he's the most well-known Hufflepuff in the films.
Something that knocks a little points down for me of him is his use of holding a wand, which is very iconic.
Two-handed?
He holds it like a gun for a wizard born. So, yeah, I have him as C. I'm fine with a B, but I have him listed as a C.
Yeah. Man, Cedric Diggory. This is one of those characters where I really wish JK had built him up more in previous books, and he was there as a background character in previous films. But with what we have, he's not only a great tool for writers, and we can discuss whether JK let the ball down whenever we cover the franchise properly. There was a lot of potential to be born out of his character, both in death and in what we have of him on screen. And there was a lot here for the audience to kind of chew on and to feel his death and feel sad about it. I also have him as a B. He is there for one film, but he's extremely well characterized and quite likable with what we have.
Helping Harry out and
so
being just kind of wrong.
Right, you're going with that Cedric Diggory who's been there from the first film, just in the background the whole time, that we never saw?
No, I was saying that would
earlier.
improve.
That would improve. Okay, because I see it in the film. This is like this is how he entered the school as a fourth year.
Oh, I don't think that's
no,
the way that's intended at all. No.
They even say that he's been there. They say in the Goblet of Fire he's been there a while. They play it off like he was there the whole time.
Oh.
My issue with that is my issue with the film is that obviously he wasn't. He's a character added during the filming of this. But I was saying what I was saying would improve the writing is if he was there from the beginning, so that way his death is more impactful. And I guess one of the things overall that I would have wanted from J.K.'s writing with regards to Cedric Diggory is she sets up why everyone at Hogwarts would be willing to then lay their lives down for Harry at the end with this scene. Because, with his death scene. Because Cedric Diggory is kind of built up as, like, the best of what Hogwarts has to offer. Everyone looks up to him. And when his father is screaming over his corpse and Harry Potter is screaming that Voldemort's back and crying over his body, that would stick with the student body of Hogwarts. Which sucks because I rewatching the films, I was hoping there'd be more from that. There isn't much. But it's like with regards to the potential that you could draw from the character from that point on is really great.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm fine, but I'm in a B. And Crimson, you said that's already what you started with.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. So, like, one of my whole complaints is more me listing out why I wish I could put him higher on the list, but the fact that he's isolated to this one film and they don't really pay off that potential much.
Yeah, isolated-ish.
Why he's
I mean, he's there when the next character coming up is making out with Harry. He's right there in the background.
Yeah, watch him.
Yeah, and for a role of a little baby Pattinson, he did fine.
I have a feeling this next character, I'm going to get yanked on my ratings.
Possibly.
Probably. I guess that.
Oh, it goes to me. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Next one's Cho Chang. I have Cho Chang as a C. Because of her help with... She's there to help... I like her romance to add to Harry, which gives a little more strength to Harry and Hermione's relationship.
She's definitely a character that's here to boost up other characters.
Yes.
Yeah, I already have a feeling where Crimson's going to put her.
Oh, I know. I think for certain where Crimson's going to put her, because Crimson has some like props of Cho Chang that he owns.
I do have her wand, and I do have her Lego minifigure.
Nice.
From the Lego Advent Calendar.
Yeah, I'm gonna. This is kind of where I'm really happy I did rewatch the films, because she is there during the final battle. She is there in the background after she's introduced, and I think that's to her benefit. The only downside to her character that I can remember, because mind you, I should probably specify when I rewatched for the sake of this tier listing, I only watched what's it called? I watched kind of like made for TV versions, so there were some odd cuts and bobs and ends. So I feel like one of her scenes was cut from one of the movies. I just don't know what was cut.
Oh, man, better not be Goblet of Fire, the owl tower scene.
The Owlery? How can you forget?
Love that scene.
They couldn't cut that.
I'm thinking on it, and I actually do think they cut it.
No way. No way they cut out
Mayfield.
Harry asking her out. There's no way.
I think. Oh no! Wait, no. She turns it down because she got accepted.
She already
by
got accepted.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There we go. I remembered. Thank you for specifying what she did in that scene. I have her at a. Thinking about it now, I think I have her at a B as well, like Cedric. Solid background character, there to build up Hermione and Harry's relationship, and I think she is very well characterized. The only thing that I felt was dropped to the ball with her in terms of character and kind of what makes it a B for me is there's no real reconciliation after she was tortured to give up where they were training in the Room of Requirement. they kind of all just kind of shun her, and there was no real reconciliation scene, at least in the versions of the film that I watched.
Right.
Which there obviously would be, because Umbridge is fucking torturing people.
That's probably my biggest issue with Cho, who I have as a B. I was expecting Streets to give her a D or something. But yeah, I have her as a B, and my biggest issue is she kind of did just get ignored after the whole torture thing. She does pop up in later films, but purely as a background.
Which is a shame.
I think she says like one line in Deathly Hallows Part 2 when Harry comes out from the painting. But yeah, I think she's a good character to be paired with Harry in those moments. I don't think they would have lasted. I don't care about shipping stuff, but I think her presence in the film is necessary, and I agreed with a lot of what the writer said, so I don't need to echo it.
Okay.
So
that puts her in B.
Is she not in your margins?
No, she's not, but it's fine. I know she's a favorite of yours.
I mean, I gave her a B.
To be honest, I'll be.
I like her wand. It's a good wand.
Yeah, I haven't seen her wand. You should send me a picture of it. I will say, Crimson, I did not expect her to be a B on your list.
Yeah, that is true. I thought you would say A.
No, I had no idea he liked Cho at all, and the reason for that is I know he hates romance, typically, over the course of this podcast. So I actually thought you were putting her in D, Crimson.
No, and since you bring it up, I don't think their romance was very strong.
Yeah, it's not strong, but it's what the point of it adds to their characters in either case.
Yeah, she's a boost to others.
I wouldn't cut it. Yeah. I wouldn't cut it or reduce the role. I think there's
enough. Does that put me next?
Yes, it does.
All right. Next up, we have Cornelius Fudge. Now, if I remember correctly, this is the minister, right? This is the prime minister?
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. That's how you get him with that quote. This was an odd one on rewatch. Because a lot of the world building damage is watching the movies is kind of tied intrinsically to the mystery. And since he's head of the ministry, I have a lot of issues with this character. I think he goes from what really drops him beneath B for me, because I'm kind of bouncing between C and D for him. What really drops him is going from kind of, I guess, we don't really get to see what happened, but he just kind of gets very, very paranoid about nonsensical things, even when he's in denial about who's return, Voldemort's return. Like he spent the whole rivalry that's built up in Order of the Phoenix is based upon he thinks Albus Dumbledore is going to go for the ministry, or like he thinks he's going to be in the head of the ministry. That's what Albus Dumbledore's angling for, which there's no real grounds for that as we see in the movies. So it feels like a baseless accusation or a baseless point of view to have. If there had been something for him to latch onto, there would probably be more consistency with his character. I'm going to settle on a low C, I think. I'm angling towards a D, though, for Fudge.
Okay, Crimson.
Yeah, it's interesting, because it would be nice if, because in Order of the Phoenix, they have a lot of the newspapers that pop onto the screen relaying information. And it would be nice if one of them was is Dumbledore going to compete against Fudge again for the ministry?
That would be
to establish there's a history between the two of them in the ministry.
That would be the quick fix. Yeah.
But yeah, as it is now, we don't have much reason for him latching on to Dumbledore taking his spot, other than he's too afraid of Voldemort, and he's whatever scenario he could come up with.
That's the thing. It's just willful ignorance. It doesn't even come across that he's afraid of Dumbledore or afraid of Voldemort. Which is kind of what's it's the thing. There's plenty of evidence to prove that it's not willful ignorance, but he just kind of ignores it. which is a problem I have.
He's in denial.
Yeah,
for sure, full on denial.
But a fear could be cause of that. Yeah. It's not outright fear, but suppressed.
Yeah, and
why would you fear something that's not real?
The idea of the unknown.
I mean, Voldemort
what if
was
it is real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the idea that he could return, I mean, Dumbledore predicted he'd come back. Snape was totally accepting of Voldemort coming back, and this is referencing the part 2 during the flashback. I don't know. Most people seem willing to accept he's able to return. Horcruxes do exist. It is knowledge out there.
Yeah.
And he's a big enough threat to where he probably could cheat death. So I don't think Fudge would be like, he's gone forever. He's nervous he could come back, and he's trying to put it away as much as he can.
It would be interesting if we got that, though, like he's doing it to like prevent the fear and panic that would come out of it, but it doesn't come across that way. As I said, for me, it comes across as willful ignorance. But I digress. So
I think it's mostly denial than ignorance. But I had him as a B, but this one I did have a margin that I was willing to have him go lower. So I'm at a B.
Lower to a C,
Sprinks
or
has
lower
him lower
to like an F? Like what's the margin cut?
C was the easy one, but if you guys made good arguments, I'd be willing to a D. Okay. I guess Sprinks, whatever you're going with,
I have
dictate.
Cornelius Fudge as a D. Being my favorite, all I really have in my head is the conversation he has with Harry about blowing up his aunt. It's like, oh, you'll still go to school, you'll be fine. And just constantly being like, oh, Voldemort's not here. He won't be here, and I'm just going to do my business in the background. We're fine until he sees a split image of him in a sandstorm. He goes, oh, man, that's him. Because illusions don't exist in Harry Potter.
Yeah. It's interesting that you brought up that scene, because that's the Prisoner of Azkaban, where the Minister is helping cover for him with using magic outside of school. And then, like, he's gonna, he's very calm about it in that scene. And then a few movies later, he's willing to expel him from Hogwarts for defending himself from Dementors.
Yeah.
It's very,
which could
very
be a
much
play of the change of the Ministry at the time, because who knows how long Umbridge has been around, if she was present in Azkaban on his council or not. So just like other outside influences to affect him.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that was still his full bore denial bit, Voldemort. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but it's still a jump. Like, he was gonna. So, because Harry Potter was attacked by Dementors in Order of the Phoenix, and that's what starts off the whole trial bit. But he was also the one to kind of let him off the hook very easy, seemingly, in Prisoner of Azkaban. I think that almost borders on inconsistency, which might drop me to a D.
I mean, does Cornelius Fudge have a thing with Dementors being too, the dark arts or a situation like that? That's
no, they're just kind of the guards.
Or...
They're just kind of servants of the Ministry, as far as we understand it. It's very weird, because it's just like, it's the same issue where he lets Harry off pretty much essentially scot-free. You're going to school, you'll be fine, to expelling him for defending himself with Dementors.
Yeah.
And when one is clearly
background influence on him.
Yeah. When one is clear. Yeah. When one is clearly like, what the one with his aunt was an accident. Where she turns into the balloon and flies off, but that wasn't self-defense. That could be viewed as worse than the self-defense one, which was him having to fend off Dementors. Which is why I'm actually probably gonna drop to D. I think that's a big issue with them now.
I feel like they establish enough of his mindset and their explanations of the Dementors not being able to be outside of Azkaban to where they say he's lying about it. And I feel like they lay enough groundwork for all that. And he didn't see Harry as a threat to his position at the Ministry.
No, he thinks he sees Dumbledore.
And in the third one. But the accusations in the fourth one of Voldemort being back, he sees Harry and Dumbledore as the threats now. So I totally think it's within his character to
just flip.
want him out of the way. Yeah.
See, that's what I mean. I don't think it's seen as a flip, but I think it's background constant change
I think
to
it's
him.
set up.
Like, yeah, like the lie is like Harry is lying because that would help strengthen the dark side or the dark arts and forces with Harry not being present.
Yeah. I don't know.
But still,
I'm willing to
I
drop
have
him
him
to
as
a
a D.
C, but I don't. I think D's too far for Fudge.
C's where I originally was. Like I said, I'm at a low C, high D, but I'm kind of angling towards a high D right now. Because I think you're right, but just something off-putting about the character to me. Still,
For being so high up, he comes across as a very puppeted, dumb wit.
yeah, which is an issue considering he's the prime minister. Because we see Dolores Umbridge is not really even a puppet. She's just kind of like subservient, like absolute obedience to the ministry is her whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. She lives and breathes it.
Yeah. Which is
which goes more to her character than his, but
yeah, which goes more to her character than his.
look, I'm okay with a C.
uh,
I was fine
I'm
putting Fudge in I'm more fine with Fudge being an F than a C, but a C if that's where it leans. But
It sounds like Riders the Swing vote.
yeah, which is a lot of pressure. Thanks, guys.
well, I guess with what we have here, is Cornelius Fudge more with Barty Crouch Sr. and Aragog or Filch? If that helps.
There's more world building that comes out of him, flawed or not. That would put him more with Filch, I think. So C.
Okay. Well, again, another candidate up there. If he gets moved at the end.
Yep.
Anyone feels passionate about him?
No, I have my pick for character that I know I'll probably move myself. But
All right. Next up, potentially controversial, Dobby, however you want to pronounce
It's
it.
Dobby.
Individual.
Who says
Dobby?
Who says Dobby?
I used to.
As a kid
I've
with
heard
a
other
lisp.
people.
no.
No.
So yeah, parental controversy, as you say. I think I made Crimson possibly excited when I was rewatching Chamber of Secrets. I gotta be honest, with my rewatch, I found Dobby really annoying in the first half of Chamber of Secrets. I think he improves over the course of the film, and then obviously we actually get a impactful payoff with him in Deathly Hallows Part 1.
Yeah. I prefer the look of Dobby in Chamber of Secrets over Deathly Hallows.
Easy. Not even a competition.
Yeah. It's like
they made him plastic.
It feels like they kind of reverted with the technology almost. You know?
Yeah.
Kinda. They made him more cute looking, or more like adorable, softer.
Yeah.
Less wrinkly. Less defined features. Yeah.
I mean, you could take that as he's taking better care of himself because he has the master at that point. But I think that he just looks a little too off.
Oh yeah,
you know,
he looks cheap.
He's had some skin work, you
know. So I have him as a C. A lot of it being a subjective leaning point, because objectively, I don't have many issues with him, other than actually no, they explain how he finds him at the Malfoys too.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have much objective issues with him, but I just don't enjoy him at all. So I have him as a C.
Okay. I also don't have any real objective issues with Dobby because it's kind of explained in Chamber of Secrets, and then I think he's one of the most impactful deaths in the films out of all the characters. And I subjectively like Dobby. I have him as an A. I find him funny.
That's the thing with my stuff with Dobby. I don't find him funny, but I think he's a great character.
Which goes into our whole conversation we've already had with
yeah, exactly.
I Love You, Beth Cooper humor and Christmas the Cranks humor.
Yeah, I think his humor is well written. I'll say that. The intention that they're going for with him, I think they succeed with. I just don't personally find that kind of humor funny. I think with Dobby,
I will
ooh,
say I understand your annoyance of him in the beginning of Chamber of Secrets, like the whole just
yeah,
hitting his head on everything.
yeah. I think because this thing, I hate him in that scene, but I actually like him much better when he visits Harry in the hospital. There's a lot more to him there. Like that scene didn't annoy me compared to the when I first saw him. So I'm saying I didn't like him in the first Chamber of Secrets, and then I liked him the rest of the film.
Yeah.
And then obviously he has a important part to play in Deathly Hallows Part 1. I think I might be at a B.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
Dobby as a B is in my margin.
And that would be the middle ground of what we have.
Okay.
Sure. I'm fine with a B.
I'm so sorry, Crimson.
It's fine.
If
Like I
I
said,
didn't like
his character's well written, makes sense for him.
if I didn't like him all of
Paint
Chamber of
scenes.
Secrets, I would have been at a C.
Okay.
I'm fine with a B.
This is my start on the next one. Hoo-hoo. Dolores Umbridge.
All right.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
It is an oh dear. So
Well, I mean, you guys all saw my reaction in the group chat.
yeah. Well, no. See, Dolores Umbridge is a great one of those characters that makes like I hate her more than Voldemort type character. Like, if anyone on that side I could kill of choice, it would probably be I'd kill her over Voldemort of my hatred of her, which I think she just portrays very well, does very well. I had her lined up with like the same, like two opposite ends of evil, but like still equal to Bellatrix. So I had Umbridge as a B because she's a character like gets me really mad. So it's not a subjective likeness, but the fact I get so mad at her is a subjective likeness of like she portrays it to that point. So I have her as a B.
All right.
Um. Yeah. Yeah. So I'll be honest. Repulsive, seething hatred for Umbridge. However, objectively, great character. Like, absolutely, the actress did her fucking job. It's fucking wonderful. The way that she's portrayed. Hated her so goddamn much. Um,
But
I
is the hatred a subjective down point for you, or is it a subjective up point because of the hatred feel?
that's the thing. My objectivity and subjectivity offset here. It's a C for me. This is one that I was able to predetermine. I hate her so much that my subjective would put her probably at an F. But she is such an S tier written character because the hatred is so understandable that it's a fucking S. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So it just averages
So
out the two. Okay.
yeah, for me it averaged out at a C, which is one of the few characters where I do that with because it's a very very opposite ends of the spectrum here for me.
All right. This one's very interesting because I have her as an S. Dolores
Oh.
Umbridge is an S. I love how horrible she is. She is so well written to the point where I agree with Sprinks, where I think most people would agree kill her over Voldemort because she's just a monster and it's wonderful. And I don't know, part of the reason why I like Order of the Phoenix is how horrible she is, and I'm glad she returned and was still terrible later.
Yeah,
So
she was in
it
the
was a lesser
ministry after
role
the changing of the
still.
guard.
Yeah, interesting, huh?
Yeah, it's shows you where her true heart lay. Um,
Yeah. So objectively, I think she's great. Subjectively, she's so bad, she's great. So whatever is an S. This is going to be an interesting to find a medium ground for.
Well, we have a C, B, and S. So that kind of averages to either A or B.
Let's see.
Well,
And an
something
aspect of
yeah,
Ryder was an
see,
F.
yeah, a point I learned right now about Ryder is like his subjectivity is love to hate on like 10-1.
There are some villains I love to hate, but
Well, love
because
to
there are
hate. I meant your scale
yeah.
of 10-1 is love at 10 and then hate at 1 because you hate her
Well,
so much you said F.
yeah, but like there are characters I do love to hate. I just so I guess let's see, trying to think of a good villain example real quick off the top of my head of something that we've covered. Love to hate. Uh,
General
I
Kale.
can't think of anything. Yeah, there you go. That'd be one. He's not. No, I don't think that's serviceable. Actually,
Nah,
I was
there's
just
no
trying to
hate.
think.
No.
I don't hate
there's
him,
no
but
hatred. He just looks cool. um,
I
yeah,
don't think we've covered anybody nearly as close as Umbridge
no.
on
Yeah.
villainy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Umbridge has a very particular taste of villainy. It's not love to hate; it's just hate. And I think I'm gonna drop a meme for you guys in the chat. But I think for me, I guess what it comes down to is that it's almost too real. The hate I have for her. She's the Karen you deal with, at a store.
Absolutely.
She's the. I think it's too real for me to turn around and love it, which is why I had her as a subjective F.
Well, not. What if just like it? What I'm hearing is you don't like the sense of how much you hate her of her betrayal, because as you even said, the actress did it so phenomenally done that it got you to the point of that feeling.
Yeah, it's this is a weird one for me because there are villains I like. I would that would make the full circle, right? Where like they did such a great job. I hate them and I love the fact I hate them,
Yeah.
But this is weird for me because Umbridge doesn't make that full circle. Like I never got to the point where I love the fact that I hate her. And it might just be that I haven't rewatched the films enough. It might just be that like one day I might feel that, but I haven't gone full circle yet. Because it sounds to me like you guys have kind of turned that coin a little bit, where you hate to love her. At least specifically for you, Crimson.
Yeah.
Or you
For me,
love
it's
to
the
hate
other
her.
way. Love to hate. I don't hate to love her.
Yeah, you hate to
That
love
sounds
the
abusive.
fact that you hate her. Whatever.
She does it so darn well that for me it's a subjective positive.
Yeah.
Bombata Maxima.
One mustn't tell lies. Just punch her in the face.
Yeah.
I really do hate children.
If I'm gonna look at this, all right, that's just her personality. I'll expand my stuff a bit out here and hopefully make it easier for us to kind of come to a compromise.
I mean, right now it's either sounding B or A.
Yeah, I will agree to a. This will probably be more for Crimson. I will agree to an A. And I think the reason is I can work around through some of the more satisfactory stuff around her. I love that the Weasleys blow her shit up. I love that the comeuppance with one mustn't tell lies and she gets fucking stupefied by Harry Potter in the trial hearing. I think there are some satisfactory, like, ooh, that felt nice moments with her that I can probably work my subjective back up. Because those situations involve her. And
Yeah,
even
they're
if
not
they
of her, they're at her.
Yeah. But they
And
still
then there's
involve
the
her.
hard ones. When she's talking to McGonagall on the stairs or Trelawney in the courtyard.
But that's great. That's great because they keep getting one
That's
step
great.
above
I
each
agree.
other.
Yes.
It's good choreography.
Yeah, good choreography and where they're standing. So I think I can work my way up to that. I would be okay with changing my C to an A if I'm including those.
I think they're.
And since you're making such a large leap, I'm willing to go down to an A.
Okay, and I'm fine with an A because I think she's on par, differently, but still on par with Bellatrix.
Yeah, they're like I said, they're different flavors of villainy.
You got the lawful and you got the chaotic, but they're equal. Like,
Yeah.
oh, all right, that puts her at an A.
All right.
With the possibility of it moved.
With the possibility of it being moved. I guess that leaves me next, right, boys?
I believe so.
Our next up on this list is Draco Malfoy.
Oh boy, this might be a convoluted one.
This might be a convoluted one. He is an interesting foil for Harry Potter in the first few films. In that he's like kind of the rival. He takes on a more different role as the series progresses. I think what I appreciated in my rewatch of him this time around is all of the outside pressures on this particular character. His vileness in hatred and cowardice is all thrust upon a kid from the adults around him. And I think that moved him up to a B or A for me, I think, is my range right now with Draco.
Okay.
Yeah, I have him as a B, and I could see how some would see him as an A, but I would easily drop him just for his forehead alone.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck that forehead.
Joke aside, but yeah, I think he was better earlier in the films in terms of his connection with Harry. I do like his pressures with his family being part of the bad guys, and then Voldemort putting pressure on him to kill Dumbledore, and Snape assisting in air quotes him.
And he's a very human coward, and I mean that as a compliment in terms of his character.
Yeah, and I love how he didn't stand up with the rest of the people at the battle. He left with his family. He didn't actually fully change. Just cowardly.
He is an all word, no bite. No, all bark, no bite.
Oh. Yeah.
And what makes that scene so interesting is that for a moment you actually think he's going to stay, because it's clear he has conflicted feelings about going back, but you can see how he's just like, I just want to survive. That instinct takes over, which is a very human point of view to have. And I like that Harry Potter saves him too, despite everything. I like that Ron yells at him about, if we die for them, Harry, I'm gonna kill you. Yeah. I think I'll settle on an A for Draco.
I'm at a B.
I'm at an A. I saw a possibility of Draco being an S. I think the earlier films of him is just that antagonist, that bully character in school, and he plays it well and does it well. But he gets more and more in depth as we go along, seeing more about his family, more connections to Voldemort, his father, his right hand favorite Death Eater, what that kind of puts onto him and the pressure, the goal he's been given to take out Dumbledore, his conflictions, how he interacts with Harry later because of all this, being that that's the main goal, his dad's boss that's kind of becoming his boss to focus on, all that. And I think he just really portrays that well, but he's cowardly. And a great instance of that to begin with is calling, just wording at Hermione when she punches him in the face in Prisoner of Azkaban. I'm going to keep going to Prisoner. Sorry, that's my favorite. But
go ahead.
When she just draws her wand on him and he gets so scared and pouty, and then he laughs about it when she puts her wand down. I'm like, that just shows this back and forth of who he is, of two others portraying this power, but when he's in the corner, he will cower. And I just think he does it very well, so I have him as an A.
They did that in the first movie too. He was the serious bully, and then Troll in the Dungeon, and him and Crabbe and Goyle are screaming their heads off.
Or one of my when Voldemort is there, he's sucking on the unicorn blood, and he runs off.
Yeah.
One of my favorite moments on my rewatch this time around was after, during Chamber of Secrets, Gilderoy Lockhart and Snape put Harry to and Draco to duel, which is fucking awesome, by the way. But one of my favorite moments that I liked is he gets a spell off of Harry. Harry gets back and casts a spell back, and Draco is like not as quick to get to his feet. He has a look. He looks at Snape like,
Help me.
he's like tired. I don't want to do this. Get me out of here. And then Snape just picks him up and pushes him back in.
And something we just covered. Is this what pain feels like?
Which is one of those things. Like I really, really great character. I would understand if people want to put him
Bellatrix as well later with the doorway system, because he has to be the inside man.
Yeah, and the fact that Snape saved his life too, because he couldn't follow through with killing Dumbledore.
Well, that too.
Was probably my favorite scene with Draco is the bathroom.
With
Harry.
That too.
That too.
Yeah.
That's also pretty great. There's a lot of great stuff around Draco. He does fall off as a main character, quote unquote. But
they introduce more villains.
They introduce more villains that are like more quote unquote actually villains.
But he doesn't get filched.
Yeah, which I think is. Oh man, I'm thinking about him crying in the bath scene right now, right before Harry jumps in and kind of bullies him, to be honest, because he sees him just like crying.
It's deserved.
It's deserved, yet it's at the same time it's not. It's why it's such a great. See, I'm thinking about that scene, and now I'm actually kind of elevating a little bit to S tier.
Ooh.
But with Crimson and a B, I mean, that's still an average A.
It's still averaging to an A.
But it's out there, right?
But it's out there. I'm starting to angle towards an S tier. I'm at a high A now because I'm thinking about the journey that this character goes on. And I think it's fucking great.
He has great character development. I'll say that. Like this arc.
He has great character development, and it doesn't change fully, which I think is one of the stronger points about his character. So high A, close to an S for me.
Crimson, you gonna fight for your B?
I don't think I'll be able to convince you guys, so I'll let you guys win with the A.
Well, if your fight here is the forehead, I don't think you're gonna.
Bigger every movie.
I guess I do have kind of a follow-up question to that. Crimson, what is your favorite Draco movie or performance he does? Is it the bathroom you said?
Yeah, it would be bathroom.
Okay.
It's a solid pick.
And that's in your least favorite film.
Yeah.
Is that the best thing about your least favorite?
It's my least favorite in the series, but I still think it's a good movie in general. Yeah. It's not a movie I would skip on a marathon or anything.
I don't think any of the films should be skipped.
No.
That's a different list, but covering like all the films in a tier list or whatever, I think it would be insane to put any in F.
Agreed.
Anyway, who's next? Who won with Draco? I forget.
And
that was mine.
Next,
okay.
Where we get Dudley Dursley, the double D.
Don't call him that.
And
don't compare him to female chests. All right, that's not.
Oh, I was also going to just say Ed and Eddie. Don't compare him to
I was thinking Daredevil, but whatever you guys.
Oh, okay,
want.
yeah, all of these. Don't compare to any of those.
Yeah, don't compare him to any of those.
Yeah, Dudley's an interesting character, and I have him at a B because of how well they establish Harry's relationship with the family of the Dursleys in the beginning, and I guess up to 5 really, minus 4 because they're not really there. But what's really important with Harry as a character is establishing how terrible his life is before the magic. And I think Dudley does a great job, especially in 5, Order of the Phoenix, that in the fields on the swing. talking about your boyfriend Cedric, all that good stuff. Like it, thumbs up. He does his job. He's not too complex. He would have been really good if they kept that deleted scene in, but I'll leave that be because that's not in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So you had Draco and Dudley on equal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have them kind of polar opposites. I have Dudley at a D.
Triple D.
He'd be higher if that deleted scene was included. But it's not, so we can't go with it.
Correct.
He would be higher for me as well if that deleted scene was included.
Because it really helps kind of with his, like, actually having a feeling for Harry, even though his parents don't.
Yeah, I know he. The thing about the swing scene, I like that Dudley's still bullying him, but he comes across as him just being stupid. And I don't know. I think it was just the way it was a cold open to that is what bugged me about that scene, because I think I like the content of the scene overall. There were just a few missteps here for me in that scene.
I think the biggest misstep for him with me is him calling out Harry as the reason why he went all loopy. What happened to you, boy? And he points to Harry.
Yeah, but that isn't
clearly some other force
movie. Like the first 3 interactions with Dudley, he's just a brat. But
he appropriately characterized brat for sure.
Yeah, but if it's like going in not contest, but like in parallel with Draco, you got the Muggle bully and you got the Wizarding bully.
Mm-hmm.
And it could be on a screen time, possibly, but I think Dudley's just far worse.
I think it just achieves different things. He sets
Dudley,
up how bad Harry's life was before this,
I think
which
Dudley
is very important.
Can help Harry's feelings towards Draco.
Possibly. It can be an aspect.
I guess since I didn't give mine, I was sitting at a C before we started the conversation properly, and I'm still kind of sitting there.
ECD.
Yeah. I think he's very well characterized. But there is, I guess they just wanted him to be a bit smarter about him being bullied. I'm not saying he's supposed to be smart, because there comes a form of fashion of like, why are you bullying the wizard? Which is very.
Especially since we've seen in Prisoner of Azkaban, when his dad pushed him too far, he drew a wand on him.
Yeah.
After the use of magic that he's already done. It wasn't like a threat. Yeah. It was actually like, it was a threat, but it's like, you're not allowed to do music. You're not allowed to do magic.
Like, yeah, try me. He's like, yeah, try me.
He just did magic.
Yeah. I think, the thing about that is like, it feels like Dudley would be afraid to do that at some point or fashion, at some point, because he comes across as a cowardly. And while he does shut up when Harry puts his wand to his neck, and his friends just laugh at him because they don't understand why this guy is pointing a stick at his brother, and Dudley just shuts the hell up and freezes because he does. It's like, yeah, of course that's what's gonna happen. Like, why didn't you see that happening? That would have happened many, many times by now.
Which plays into Dudley kind of being dumb. Why push something if he already has seen answers and knows possibilities?
Yeah, like I said, he's characterized as being dumb, so it doesn't break character for me, which is why I'm not willing to drop to a D. It just, there's a level of like, you're pushing the levels of believable stupidity a little bit, teensy bit. You don't break the character, but it's there.
Yeah, I had him similar to Fudge, where I wasn't super strong on the B, so I'm fine putting him in a C.
We'll average him out there then.
Yeah, I'm fine with a C.
Sorry, Spritz.
It's in my margin. It's fine.
A lot of margin work today.
Yeah.
Hey, I said, going off the Pixar thing, I put in margins. So. I'm like, I don't have anything set for one definitive place, which is helpful. Of course, I can fight over things, but
Fix you up.
Yep, I'm with Phileas Flitwick, Professor Phileas Flitwick.
Actually, you're on Fleur Delacour, I think.
Oh, am I?
Yes.
Hey, look at that. There was a typo
There's the
where
spelling.
the E comes before the U, but the typo is the U. Haha. We're on Fleur Delacour. Oops. Alphabetical
All
problem.
right, Fleur Delacour.
Yeah,
Don't
Fleur
talk
Delacour.
about that.
So I have 2 characters on my list in F. Fleur is one of them.
Ooh.
She's just present. She's just a student. And even Bill's wife, she's just there. She has one joke of "Don't look at me, I'm hideous" as Harry, and then I guess the double kiss for Ron, "You saved my sister."
You saved my sister.
But that part's not a joke fully.
I think it's supposed to be comedic, but
I know yeah, but she doesn't have any strength. You don't really see her in the battle at the end, if she's even there. When she's around at the beginning, after in Death House Part 2 in the beach house, I guess she's just standing in the background. She doesn't have a lot to say, a lot to do. So she's on this list of 50 because she's a memorable name. And, the Triwizard Tournament
she was tied to
of
the Triwizard.
the Bobot. Yeah.
Yeah.
But even so, still, she gets hexed, doesn't really do anything in the maze. The water part, she gets pulled down and then disqualified or something, or winds back up. We don't.
Yeah.
I just have her as an F.
Okay. Writer.
I have her as a C. I'm not strong on that one, mind you. I think she's a serviceable character for what we have. She doesn't do much with her screen time, but she's definitely very much a writer's tool. There are times she's there to boost Ron's confidence in himself. There are times where Harry steps in to be a hero for her, and that boosts Harry. But yeah, she's not there very often. I got her at a C, and she's useful while she's there. But I don't particularly hate her. I don't particularly love her either. So it's kind of that's why I'm at a C.
Yeah, I had her at a C because I agree she's there to prop up Ron and Harry in certain scenarios. I think her main use is to show the threat of the tournament because Victor Crumb's supposed to be this really tough guy, and we don't really see him get beat up during the tournament. He gets bewitched by Mad Eye. At least I think it's in the books. I don't remember. But he gets bewitched. But overall, he's supposed to be this macho favorite to win. Cedric, we don't get much of Cedric in the tournament except the final challenge. And Harry has his own struggles. So I think they used her predominantly as the threat of the tournament. She has the problem at the lake, as you said. She gets wrecked in the maze. And we don't get to see any of their dragon stuff. But
That just sounds more like a device than a character.
Yeah, I would agree. She is mostly a tool and
but she's not overused and not a horrible tool at the boot.
Yeah. So
in comparison of all,
who do we have in D right now?
We have Aragog and Barty Crouch Sr.
I don't feel right having her above them. I want to put her in D.
Yeah, I'll put her in D as well. If that'll move you up from an F, Sprinks.
I mean, it's in my margin if so, but sure. I just don't think she does jack squat. I mean, what she does is just that, a tool, and it's not overused. But every tournament, I mean, I guess the dragon one, we don't really know much to go on.
She has about as much character as Barty Crouch does, so I'm down with her being a D. Much.
Sure. She has more screen time than Barty Crouch, I think.
Yeah, but she has about the same amount of character. You get the interaction between Barty and his son, but you also have her worrying over her sister. I kind of view that as equivalent. They have similar characterizations that are quick.
Okay. Well, now it's Phileas Flitwick. On to you, writer.
Yeah, Phileas Flitwick. I can word, I promise.
Also, he should have gone first. I is before L.
Yeah, we're just going off the original
yeah,
list.
oops.
Yeah, we were just going off of what you've listed. Sorry.
Anyway, this is both versions of Flitwick. Still confuses the hell out of me, but
yeah, it's completely different characters. This is, or he really got work up off screen. Because it's the same actor that's playing him, right?
Yeah, it's Warwick Davis for both.
Yeah, exactly. It's Warwick Davis playing them both. Trying to think. Like Fleur Delacour and Brady Crouch Jr. I'm starting to see here with him. I think he's tied to some of the more whimsical scenes in Sorcerer's Stone, which is the Wingardium Leviosa bit, and you see him throughout the films every now and again as a background character. But the issue with him is I can't really point to a specific thing outside of excitement with magic that I think characterizes him super well. I think he's just characterized.
Yeah, for me, he barely constitutes as a character. If you're like, what's his favorite food? I wouldn't be able to tell you anything.
Yeah.
I would have no ideas. Or what he enjoys to do on his free time.
Did I say
Does
C?
he like
doing
charms?
I meant D. My bad. Because those two were the other previous two were in D.
And can I bring up our little behind the scenes debate with Flitwick?
Oh, that he was number 50.
He was on the chopping
list?
block,
Yeah,
with somebody else. Yeah,
it was
when we were
over
deciding,
out of the two characters which one Ryder recognized, and the other name he didn't know.
Yeah. So it was down between Flitwick and Narcissus, Draco's mom, on which one was going to make it on the 50.
Funny enough, having watched everything, I remember Draco's mom more than I remember Flitwick now.
Oh yeah, I was sad when you said Flitwick, but we have Flitwick now, and I had him as a D as well because of the lack of presence he has. You could probably just cut him from the entire series.
He has some fun interactions with McGonagall during Deathly Hallows Part 2, but that's pretty much all that I can. And then you have the
entrance to the gate.
Yeah.
Name, Mr. Flitwick. You've known me for years.
Dancing around like a crazy elf.
Yeah, and he has funny moments, but that doesn't really make him much of a character.
Yeah, he organizes the troop band. That's what he does. That's what I remember him for the most. He organizes the band.
He kind of changes class, like teacher class. Like he's charms, and then he's composer.
Oh, he might teach the elective too. He can do both.
True.
Yeah. So solid D. Not much of an impact on anything.
I don't think I hate him. There's nothing for me to grasp like either.
I think we're all in agreement. I have him as a D as well.
All right.
He's a professor that's there. He's identifiable.
He exists.
And that's kind of it. I mean, if it's like, hey, say a quote he says, Wingardium Leviosa. That's kind of it.
That's it. Yeah.
I mean, there's other things he said. I mean, I don't remember the spell off the top of my head for the dome around Hogwarts in Part 2. But he's a part of that.
It was like something, yeah. All the adults were part of that, which was cool. I like the dome.
If we're talking about teachers, I think the one that Voldemort kills in front of Snape at the table, the Death Eater table, I think she has more of a character than Flitwick.
Is
the one that Nagini eats?
That's saying something because I don't know who that is.
Me neither, but I think she has more than Flitwick. She's only in that scene of her dying.
That's a hot
take. I don't know. We're friends, Severus. She has more impact on the story, or at least towards a character being Snape, and Malfoy. Malfoy was there too.
Anywho, all ingredients on D. Crimson, next for you.
All right, the Fred Weasley one of the Weasleys, another one. And I think we're all going to be pretty close here, just guessing. But I have him at a B.
I also I also have him at a B.
Hey, you're jumping the line here, pal.
Sorry.
That's fine. We're all discussing the same character. I don't have him as a B. Ha.
Whoa. He's probably in your bracket, though. The twins are a good addition to the series. They're funny. The fact that they're funny when serious moments happen, part two, makes those moments more impactful. And I just like the way they interact with everyone, including Ron. The way they kind of pick on him a little bit. Just all around fun characters.
Yeah, pick on Harry too.
Yeah,
just a little bit.
Well, solid B for me.
And Springs, do you want to go, or I can go on my shebang start again?
I have him as an A. Because I think Fred is the comic relief part of the Harry Potter movies. Like, that's the comic relief character.
He's definitely the consistent comic relief character.
And I think he's very funny. I like how much he speaks in unison with his brother, George.
Yeah.
They're like on the same wavelength.
Yeah. That being said, it's going to be hard for me to divorce the two as separate characters.
Yeah, we don't really get many scenes where they're separate.
Yeah, exactly. I get the A, but I'm at a high B, I think, for Fred. Amazing, good, well characterized, funny comic relief, and the important thing about it wasn't over the top. He was actually like there's a style to that comedy that's very hard to nail, the twins, and I think they do nail it. And they keep that comedic relief even as the tones in the movie gets increasingly darker and more serious. And they're also
perfect to Umbridge.
Yeah, and they're one of the reasons that I've raised my rating for Umbridge. I think the way that they interact with the world around them is great. The way they treat Harry as another little brother is amazingly wonderful to watch. And
the fact that they're nicer to Harry than they are to Ron is funny.
Yeah, but they're still willing to give Harry a hard time, though.
Oh yeah,
which is what you do when you're being an older brother. They know Harry has it far worse off, so they bully him less, but they still bully him friendly.
Now, do either of you two have a definite one favorite Fred part that helps distinguish him from George?
His death.
Okay.
Yep, that would be my pick as well, unfortunately.
That was going to be my answer because I couldn't think of anything.
Exactly, that's my point. They're always together.
Yeah, that's why I said it's going to be hard to distinguish the two of them from me here. But if I were to pick,
which one had the fork in the ear? Was that George?
That's George. I can distinguish George because to me, George has more standalone scenes that come to mind, or bits, than Fred. But
yeah, my favorite scene with them together though is still the Marauders map.
So for Filcher's office first, yeah.
Sprinks, you had them at an A. How does that compare with the Bs we have?
What I guess elevates him to above a B for you, just out of curiosity.
Because I feel like he stands out as odd, being better than a lot of the Bs we have.
Ooh, I didn't do a comparison. Let's see here. Arthur, Barty Crouch Jr., Cedric Cho, Dobby. Yeah, I guess he can go in there. I just find him very funny.
So it's the subjectiveness that kind of raised to an A for you? Yeah.
I think the objective part is showing he died, I guess. Really showing an end to one of them, like a cut in the two, losing your second half feeling. And
it's definitely hard.
And I think because of that, I don't want to talk about George because we're not on George.
Yeah, I know, but it's like I say, it's hard to separate.
Not for me. That's the thing. But I don't want to touch on that. So yet. I'm fine putting Fred as a B. I'll say that. And funny enough, George is not the next one.
Yeah.
It's very close.
Whose turn is it? Is it mine?
It shouldn't be that hard, but boy, I can't remember.
Yeah, neither can I. We were so happy with the Fred.
It's Flitwick.
It's me. Ryder went with Flitwick. It's me. We got Garrick Ollivander. Now, I really like Ollivander in the first film. Ollivander later in Deathly Hallows Part 2, kind of just there. He's a nice bookend, I guess, to add.
He has plot reasons to be there, but we don't really get much for him, other than that he was lying to Harry.
Yeah. So I have him as a C. Because his use is very small, but impactful. And I think it's more impactful in the beginning. And that, Ryder, you brought up how Flitwick is like a whimsy character, like a magical sense. I think Ollivander is definitely that. He's a magic. Yeah. I mean, again, going for the first film.
Yeah. I'm
Yikes.
bouncing between a C and a D for Ollivander, and the main reason for that is the rules that come out of him are unfortunately becoming consistent.
Wand chooses the wizard until it changes alliances.
Yeah, exactly. That's a bit of a fucking problem, Sir Ollivander, sir.
Complete 180 of the rules.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of, unfortunately, that's intrinsically tied to him. Which is kind of where I'm leaning D, because that's a fucking big ass rule that was changed. I think I like him in the first film. He's a good introduction to like the Diagon Alley wizarding world. That's something different about Harry, because as you interpret the scene, he tries out a wand related to his mom and then a wand related to his father to see if Harry went with either of those first, and then obviously it's the Voldemort related wand that works for Harry. I think it's a very great scene. Though the fact that he lets Harry just flick it in his shop bothers me just a little bit. And then the ending
you could
scene,
have a practice area or something.
Yeah, the ending scene with him is the bookend of the Deathly Hallows. It's good to see him again, but it doesn't characterize him well, because there's not really much character to him, you know? He's one way completely in a different scene, and he's completely another way in the other, because obviously he was tortured and stuff. But we don't get enough to even characterize him, I think, which is why I think I'm leaning a D.
It's also going from the first two films, which are very standalone, kind of set Harry before the third onward. So using a character from the first to the last gives vast difference. But then again, the wand breaking thing, that's just world of him.
Yeah. So I think I'm at a D, unfortunately, with him.
Yeah, I had him at a C, but I was willing to move him down to a D, because we don't get much of him, and I think there is enough to him where you can understand who he is as a character. He's characterized enough for that. So, yeah, the wand stuff, it's hard to separate from him, because he's the one that delivers all the wand lore, pretty much. But I think I'm okay still with a C on it.
And I guess because you guys both put C, that puts him in a C.
Yeah.
I don't, like I said, I was bouncing between the two, so I'm not married to my D.
I also like that he has history with Harry's parents. Just one of those characters who actually knew James and Lily. Even briefly.
And there were a lot of characters that knew who.
Well, true, but even just like briefly sideline kind of thing. Like he's not a professor.
I guess that leaves me, right, to go start next?
Yes.
All right. Well, next up is George Weasley, separated by only one character from his brother Fred.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't really divorce the two of them. I'm gonna be with him too, to be honest. I like him for all the same reasons I enjoy Fred. And since he's the one that gets the ear injury in order, no, no order. That's part one, right? Deathly Hallows part one. He
Yeah,
gets
part
his ear
one.
injured. Yeah. I like that he's cracking jokes. While he's wounded on the bed, it's very in character for him. He's trying to keep the room uplifted because they just had a very hard time of it. Um, it speaks to who he and his brother is. They kind of share that trait. So solid B.
Morning. Yeah, copy paste what I said with Fred. B.
Yeah.
Okay. I had him also as an A with Fred for myself, but I find George funnier. Because George has more solo bits. I believe George is the first of the two twins to utter a word in the first movie. With he's Fred, I'm George. No, I'm George. And goes through to the platform. The whole look Fred, I'm holy. The morning bit, and I think because of the death of Fred, gives more to George to play off his death,
I
even if
mean,
it's
we
brief.
don't get much other than he's crying with the rest of the family.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I
So
had him.
do
I
you
had him equally.
think he belongs? Are you more for him being an A, or you
No,
still think
I'll put him
he's
in
close
B.
enough to
I
Fred?
think Fred and
Okay.
George should be match and match with each other wherever they are. I'm just saying, I think I find George funnier because
Okay.
of the bits
Yeah,
he has.
that's fair. Like I
I
said,
think he's
I find them
well.
equally funny. He just gets more bits.
I
yeah,
think
the twins are
he's.
great.
Yeah, I think he's also the one who tells. I don't know which of the two makes it funny. I think it's still George. But when Ron asks like, "How much is this?" George replies the price, and then when he asks like, "I'm your brother,"
But I'm your
I'm your
brother,
then they
brother.
do
and
it
they
in
double the
unison.
price.
Yeah.
10 galleons.
So, yeah, I'm good with George's B, and because of that, puts him right next to Fred.
All right. We're going to have a real interesting one next. Gilderoy Lockhart.
Played
I'm going to.
charmingly by Kenneth Branagh.
Oh my gosh, that's the guy who directed the Thor movie.
That's the guy who directed Hamlet and all of the other Shakespeare adaptations.
I'm going to start out swinging with an A with Gilderoy Lockhart. Yeah,
Okay.
he's a character. Okay. That at least I haven't seen many variants of this type of character where he's just so full of himself, but also a fraud at the same time. And I know those characters exist out there,
Charlatan.
but they execute it so well here, and I think his acting portraying it is perfect. I can't picture anyone else acting for Gilderoy Lockhart. He made this role his own. Everything revolved around him is A to me.
Sprinks, you want to go or shall
I
I?
have him as a B, which is still fine, still high. Like I'm okay moving him to A if need be, but I have him as a B. He's definitely just all the Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers are so contrast of one another in how they stand
Yeah.
out. I mean, we didn't really touch on that with Umbridge, but just how differ they are, which is great. And Gilroy, this boasting, high, huge head ego dude who thinks he knows everything about anything and still fails, like when the pixies get loose and he just runs away. And then even getting to the point where he gets cornered and Ron and Harry figure him out, and he gets a little like he's trying to find his con way to get out of the situation.
Yep. Who
Yeah,
tends to faint to get
yeah,
Ron's wand.
it's really funny. Yeah, I just have him a B. He's a good. He's not a good professor, but he's a good character.
Everything he does fails. When he was dealing with the snake during the duel, what was he trying to do? There's no way he was just shooting it
Okay,
up in the air.
He
I
just
think he was
sends it
trying
up.
to incinerate. I think he was trying to incinerate it, but he obviously just sends it
Like
flying.
Snape did,
Yeah,
but he just shot it up in the air.
yeah.
He tried to fix Harry's
Harry's
bones by
arm.
removing them. So I wouldn't. if I was him, I wouldn't have taken the job, being how bad of a wizard he
I
was.
also I love the line of when they're flying away on Fox, and he goes, "It's just like magic."
Yeah.
Oh man. All right. This might shock some of you, but S tier character for me.
Oh,
Ooh, that is shocking.
that is.
Yes, there are few times I would ever use the word icon when it comes to a character, the actor, and the writing that goes into them. He kind of fills that slot. Whenever you ask a Harry Potter fan, they will know exactly who Gilderoy Lockhart is, even if then it's not their favorite character. He is iconic as a charlatan, as a terrible teacher, and comedic with how he interacts with the world. I think he's just a phenomenal character.
Harry was with me writing my fan mail. That was detention.
He is iconic. I cannot divorce, like, it's difficult for me to, I don't think I have much of an objective flaw with him at all.
Then why
The
he would
only
accept the job.
that would be that is probably the only one, and I don't think that's enough for me to lower it from an S tier.
You know what? Funny enough, but just laughing about it, and like all the things in my head, like rewatching scenes in my head, I have him as an A now.
Okay, I was like, you're not jumping to the S, are you?
No, I'm at an A.
You're gonna scare Crimson.
I don't think he's an
like
S,
that.
but
Yeah, I was like, I can't picture him.
like when they
as an
find the
S.
blood of the heir of Slytherin, he goes, "Ha! If I was here like 3 seconds faster, I would have solved."
Yeah, or don't forget when he's like, "Well, weren't you saying yesterday that you all knew where the Chamber of Secrets was, Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart?" Where McGonagall's just giving
Exactly.
that dry wit humor that McGonagall has is fucking wonderful.
It's also great in the background. Like all the other professors kind of know that
Yeah,
he's fake.
they know, but they just let him have it, which just adds more to it. Like they're just chiding him a little bit.
I agree, he's iconic, but I can't move to an S.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I knew he was gonna get downgraded to an A probably.
That's okay. Well, when you said shocking, I thought you were gonna say like D or F, and I'm like, ooh.
No, an S tier.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't know if this character came across as annoying.
Having rewatched the shows freshly, just reinforced how much I love to hate Gilderoy Lockhart.
Ah, I see.
Full circle.
All right. Give this smiley spunk autograph worthy photo we have here in the A.
It's true. Am I next?
Sprinks.
I'm up with Ginny Weasley. Now, this was an interesting one to try to figure out where I wanted to put her. I could, like, my margins can move around. I have her as a B because her early work with Harry is just very shy and cowardice, but she becomes more and more, she becomes the love interest of Harry. But she doesn't have what Cho and Hermione did, where they played off one another in a romantical way. There's nothing of Ginny that bounces off of Hermione to Harry, and there's nothing of Ginny and Cho that bounce with Harry. It's just kind of a straight line, other than, hey, this is, your best friend's sister. So I wish there was a little more of that, like, relationship understanding to Harry rather than a straight point. But maybe the straight point is the good of it, which might confuse me. Like, maybe that's, like, a clear image for Harry, like, this is the one, whereas Cho was the bounce around because of, situation of Cedric, or Hermione talking to him about, his relationship with Cho, like, that kind of thing. But Ginny wasn't really present for that. And then Harry's jealousy over Ginny, it plays onto Harry, but Ginny, I guess that's the one thing I can kind of see, is that because of Cho, Ginny went with Dean Thomas as a relationship.
The interesting thing about Ginny is she is an S tier character in the books, but there is a lot of what makes her great in the books is not in the films or it's far more subtle. There is a progression with her relationship with Harry, but it's very, very subtle. And in a way, I quite enjoy it, but I wish there was more obvious connection between the two characters to help kind of establish why Harry is interested in her. Because you can presume that he's interested in her just by virtue of the fact of how much he loves the Weasleys in general and the fact that they've been a constant family for him. And you get some of that in Deathly Hallows Part 1, at least a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not there until much later. Like the one
Yeah.
hint is in Chamber of Secrets,
Yeah.
where she sees him
So
and walks away.
That's with her.
No, that's Sorcerer's Stone. She sees him, runs away.
Oh,
and
that's Sorcerer's
then-
Stone at the Weasley
Oh no, it
Burrow?
might.
I thought it was
No,
Chamber of
no,
Secrets
it's
when
the
they
second
save Harry.
It's
Oh
it's
yeah,
Chamber of
no, I
Secrets.
think it's Chamber. You're right. Yeah, there's not much to her. I think she's really well characterized, even if she doesn't have much screen time. And there's plenty of room as to why Harry would fall for her. I just wish more of it was at the forefront. But funny enough, like most of the Weasley kids that aren't Ron or the parents, she falls into B for me.
Remind me, which movie is it where she ties Harry's shoe?
That's I think that's
Part one.
No,
Burrow
I think
gets
it's
burned down.
That's Half Blood.
That's Half
Yeah,
Blood
that's Half
Prince.
Blood.
That's Half-Blood.
The Death Hallows Part 1 is the Harry zips up the back of her dress.
Yeah.
And they kiss, and then Georgie
Yeah.
interrupts them.
Morning. But then again, it's work later.
Yeah, like I said, there is characterization for the romance. I can buy it. I just wanted more of it because
Especially with how
they
early
were
on she's present.
yeah. Because of how early on she is present, I feel like this is one of those. There's so much potential here that I wish they paid off. Which is kind of what lowers it from a to a B for me. Because I really like Ginny. I love her character in the books. Ginny in the books is someone to die for, pretty much. And I just wish there was more of that here. I think one of my best favorite moments with Ginny in the movies, though, is when Bellatrix is screaming, "I killed Sirius Black! I killed Sirius Black!" and runs off, and Ginny just chases off after Harry without any hesitation.
Yeah.
It's one of the.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, it's one of the quick character moments that I quite like because, funny enough, actions are very important to characters.
Yeah. I have Ginny at a C.
Okay.
We get a lot of Ginny liking Harry, but not a lot of Harry liking Ginny, which is my big problem with their relationship. Because I agree, we get a little bit of setup with her in Chamber of Secrets with her being shy around Harry. She definitely likes Harry throughout the films. For that, Harry though, it just seems out of the blue to me. I don't. After Cho is just boom. I'm starting to look at Ginny a bit more out of nowhere. I don't think they set up Harry with Ginny at all.
Yeah,
And I think that dampers the relationship between them, which is tied heavily to her as a character. Because outside the relationship, she doesn't have much of a role in anything other than Chamber of Secrets.
the Half Blood Prince is supposed to be their film. I just wish there was more in it. Because she's obviously the one that gets Harry to put the book away after it's kind of driving him crazy, and she's also there's also a lot of bits between him and Hermione that really strengthen his point of view towards Ginny. But as you say, it feels kind of out of nowhere because the only hint of it that we get really in his Order of the Phoenix when he just looks at Ginny a certain way. But at that point, it's Cho is front and center, you know? So there is stuff there, but I am in agreement that's just not a lot.
Yeah, and because her relationship with Harry is so pivotal to her character, I think that drags her down. So I have her at a C.
I'm at a low B, but I am still on a B firmly.
Okay, then she'll go in a B. But I do get the points that Crimson's saying.
Yeah, that being said, if you guys haven't read the books, Ginny in the books is awesome.
I read the first 5 books and didn't finish the
I read the
6th.
first one. Sorry. I know that's an apology that needs to go out. Sorry.
No, it's fine. You're a movie guy. You're not a writer.
Well, I
reading
mean,
guy.
even to the audience here. So.
Next up on this list is Grip Hook.
Yes, the one and only Grip Hook with no first name or last name, because Grip Hook could be his first name.
We don't know. Just another Warwick Davis.
Yep.
I'm at a D.
Okay.
Point blank.
Now,
Yeah.
I believe Grip Hook is also the one in the first film who does Key Please, Lamp Please. I believe that's Grip Hook.
Yes.
Yeah, he's the one that gets
They
Harry
referenced
to his
that
vault.
in part 2.
Yeah, they get that. Yeah, that's something they reference in part 2.
So another thing where it's same character, looks different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Grip Hook is okay as a character. I just don't see him above. I don't see him with Filch or anybody on the C tier for me right now, which is kind of why I've dropped him to a D.
Yeah, I currently have him as a C because his first appearance is whatever to me. I don't really care about it. He wasn't built up to be this character that would come back, but he did, and I do like how he backstabs them, and he has the fascination over the sword, and he has his own interests. He doesn't really care about battle of good and evil. He just has his own interest in there. So I think there's enough of him to warrant him being in C, because a lot of our D characters kind of are flat. Meanwhile, I like the fact that he has his own agenda, and I think that boosts him above the others there.
That's a compelling argument. I will sit on it.
Well, being that writer saying it, but I also have Grip Hook as a D because there's not much. Not much of like it's interesting just how he pops in as like Ollivander and Grip Hook are both in Deathly Hallows Part 2 of like these callback characters from the first film. I like Ollivander because his callback of the first one, he's a lot more than Grip Hook even was in the first film. Which I guess is kind of a contrast that, Ollivander more first, less second, or less at the end, and then Grip Hook less at the beginning, more here at the end of Death Hallows Part 2. And I do like how he like turns on them, but it seems I know it's his own interest of situation, the sword and that's it. But it does seem a little evil because of the situation he leaves them in.
It's more talked in the books.
Yeah, is it trickery because he knows the events are gonna unfold?
No, he literally doesn't care about them. He doesn't care about good or evil. What's about any of them.
He just cares about the sword.
Yeah, his own interests.
Yeah, I mean, that raises him from an F.
I mean, yeah, goblins are more explored in the books about how they really don't care about taking sides. Just as long as they're on top, doesn't matter what side they're on. So, yeah, it's more book heavy, but in the movies you do see that they're still in business while they're in charge, while the bad guys are in charge. They're still fine. So there's subtle nods to it, but
yeah. I mean, obviously, if Bellatrix Lestrange, former Azkaban prisoner, can come visit them and have a vault,
Yeah.
Well, I'm at a D still. Like his purpose raises him up from an F, in my eyes.
Yeah, but I don't think purpose is enough to get him to a C for me. He's not flat, I grant you that, but he still makes questionable choices even for his own agenda.
It's also convenient.
That he was there in the first place.
Like the timing to get the sword is at the point where he goes to Harry, which changes because of a Horcrux they need.
Yeah. The thing is this. The thing about the sword bit is that it appears to Neville later anyway, so it kind of makes that whole exchange superfluous.
But it appears to a Gryffindor who needs it, right?
That's the
the whole deal
rule.
with it.
Yeah. So,
which makes sense why it didn't appear to Harry because, well, I guess why not? If he needed grip, well, then that's a bargaining chip on Harry to get into the vault. I mean, Grip Hook would have done it for the sword. Wouldn't Harry need the sword and just call upon the sword if that worked to give to Grip Hook and like get in? But then he tricks him then. But if they're not at the vault, that's a very easier like can get Grip Hook in that instance. But
it's more the sword has its own mind.
Yeah,
you can't just be like, Sword of Gryffindor, I need you, and it
no,
comes.
yeah, it can just be at the bottom of a lake.
Yeah. So I don't think Harry was willing to just bet he can call it or it's guaranteed to come to him when he needs it.
In the mind of Dobby's death, no.
Yeah, they were just that was just a desperate ploy because they needed to get another Horcrux.
Yeah, if it was in Half-Blood Prince, though, however, where he goes, "I am the chosen one," yeah, he'd probably try. He'd try it.
Well, remember that's a joke, and then Hermione punches him.
Oh yeah, but he's still riding a little high of being like, I'm the best potion maker.
Yeah. All right. So are we having them in D, or have I convinced Ryder?
No, you did move me up, but I'm still at a D.
Okay.
So, unless you got any last ones you want to try to throw out there for me.
No, there's not a lot more to him than what I said.
Yeah.
No, I mean, the point Crimson made is why I don't have him in an F.
Yeah.
Did you start with him as an F?
Not start, but like my margin is D or F. But like my thought of like because of the purpose he has in part 2, he's a D.
Okay. All right, that would leave me next with just this little known character called Harry Potter. Very minuscule, barely has a presence
this
in the
one,
series.
Having a clue. I feel like this is the biggest one here that can go all over the place.
It's an easy F for me. He's just so full of himself. And
fascinating.
No, I have Harry at an A, and it's mostly due to comparing the others I have in S. I just can't see him with the others. I wouldn't be surprised if people have him in S or want to argue it, but it's Harry. He's the main character. He's got lots of layers to him. The movie throws so much at him emotionally, physically, everything, and he's a pretty beat up character. Yet he still goes through all the way with the good guy stuff.
Love it.
Good character.
Love it.
Hey.
Crimson, I fight with an A as well. And funny enough, I fight against the S, which is a big thing for people. Like Harry Potter, it can't be done without Harry Potter. Yeah, I know. I get that. But there are so many points of Harry being stupid. And he had, like, even when points where Hermione's around to really put him in his place of like, no, Harry, this is this. And years of this, of just Harry like, oh, I know what I'm doing. And then doesn't really know what he's doing. And the one like cheat is the liquid luck for me, which is like, that's a thing that works in the world to get what he needs, but also don't know when that wears off kind of thing. No, but I'm at a Harry's an A. So don't come at me in the comments. I didn't say B, okay?
But you were considering it.
I mean, in my margins.
I'm
like, I didn't know where to fight. Like, Ryder could say C because of who Harry is, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm at an A. To be clear, I was bounced between an S and an A. It's always cliche to put the main character in the highest tier, but he's a serviceable protagonist. There are some characters that I think are S tier on this list. But I don't think he quite reaches them either. I feel like Harry's very reactive and situational. Um, and they play. It's just he's very weird. I want to put him an S, but I'm holding him at an A because there's a lot of things that I wouldn't consider to be flaws that follow him just to be like just little nicks of bad writing. Um,
Yeah, I feel a lot of that is in part one for Harry,
yeah,
because the way he treats Ron, without the locket, because the locket's whatever,
yeah,
agitates the wearer, but and they all know it agitates each other. So when he's not wearing it and Ron is, and Ron's being all snippy, I feel like Harry would be more understanding,
yeah. Harry
other
would
than
talk him down.
leave.
Yeah,
uh, that was just drama for drama's sake, and I think that was at the detriment of the characters. Except
yeah,
Hermione, I think Hermione was all right during all that, but Ron and Harry got really damaged by this locket, and
yeah,
not in a good way.
yeah. There's Ron has a similar issue that we'll get to later on as well. But there's just little tiny nicks that crop up that drop Harry from an S to an A. But man's a solid A. And I think you put it best, Crimson. He's a very layered character. There's a lot of reasons to love Harry, and it's good character. It's just overall, I think. So I'm definitely leaning an A. Do we have any? I'm trying to think of like if I have anything to add on to him. Uh,
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of more blatant flaws, because yeah, I think part one with the locket, I think his relationship with Ginny is not good, based off the fact they didn't really establish his
yeah.
relationship with her.
The scenes he has with Hermione over it are great, but
That's solid with the birds and everything.
yeah,
Oh, the dive bombing
um,
birds.
Yeah, the suicide birds. I've noticed the way
yes,
you look at
the bird
her.
bites.
So we're on
Yeah,
agreement.
so
A.
Hey,
yeah, pretty solid.
Good.
Sprinks, you'd be up next.
All right. With another minor character. This
Too many of
one.
them.
Hang on. I gotta figure out how do you pronounce the name correctly. Hermione Granger.
Oh, I've heard that name before.
Yeah.
you have? I haven't.
Okay. This might shock some people. I have Hermione Granger at an S.
Whoa.
Wow,
I know.
amazing.
I love her character. She's smart. She's witty. She can crack jokes. She can put people in their place. She can be serious. Emma Watson's performance is great. She can be sad. She plays off every emotion great to the environment the character's in. Yes, she is very smart and should know a lot of things, but there are parts where there does come a challenge, which I think is nice. She's still a student. She's learning, so
She's not perfect.
she's not perfect. So I like when she comes across a challenge
She's
and
not a
still
Mary
finds a
Sue.
way to go about it. However,
Yeah,
there are instances where a situation arises where like, how are they going to do this? And Hermione just does something, like when she puts the invisibility spell around the tent in Deathly Hallows.
yeah,
That's something we
protections.
don't. Yeah, that's something we don't know. But being that Hermione knows it, I think it's believable. It's like it's Hermione. That's fine.
Yeah, that scene gets a lot of leeway because it seems obvious that they would have done protection spells to the get go, especially with the whole Ministry of Fallen thing.
Also, if you can do
Um,
invisibility, why is the invisibility cloak such a big shock?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The invisibility cloak. I think this protection spell completely ruins the cloak for me. You can say the spell is a stationary spell. The cloak allows you to move with it. But even in the first movie, they reference how rare the invisibility cloaks are. So I don't think they planned out the whole invisibility cloak
Oh
thing.
no, JK can't keep her world building in order? Whatever is gonna happen? Um, let's see. Hermione Granger. Yeah, I'm bouncing between an A and an S here. In the same fashion as Harry, I think she might be put in S tier just because I am realizing over the last decade how hard it is to write strong, smart female characters. I might elevate her to S just to piss some people off. um, yeah,
Yeah,
I think I'm in a mess. Unfortunately, yeah. It's a close
unfortunately.
one.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah. I see like it's a close one. Like there was no like this wasn't an easy one to pick. This was just it's very very close between A and S, and I think she edges S out. There is a lot to like about Hermione Granger in terms of her character arc. The She doesn't have as many growing pains as other characters do, but they're still there. She's smart, witty, funny. There's not. I can't really add on to all the list the Sprinks gave, other than I think she is a very well-rounded character, and while she might not be as impactful as some other people in the S tier, potentially, she's still a character that definitely deserves to be up here.
I also, with this, I think she's better than Harry.
Well,
I
obviously,
mean, going with
you
that.
rated him an A.
I also think Hermione might give the biggest sacrifice. I mean, yes, Harry goes to kill, to
Oh, I can't even
die,
get to the
and everything.
obliterate stuff.
Yeah,
God damn it!
but Hermione gives, I think, one of the biggest sacrifices out of the main three, which is
Yeah, I
obliterate
agree.
like the memory of herself from her parents.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up in my little segment. Yeah, Hermione sacrifices a lot. Obviously, the parents thing. Her seeing Ron with Lavender, she didn't try to sabotage the relationship. She was jealous of it. She didn't understand it, but she wasn't like cursing Lavender or anything.
Yeah, she doesn't
Uh,
want to hurt him. You know.
yeah,
Yeah, she's conflicted.
and for me, Hermione was an easy S. I had her S pretty easily
Didn't you say you had
for all the reasons
6
you guys listed.
S's?
I did.
Yeah.
So yeah, she's S number 2 for me.
All right.
And that leaves me with Horace Slughorn.
Another S.
He's an odd character.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very odd character. I think he's played very charmingly by the actor, but he definitely comes across more as plot relevant than character driven relevant. That doesn't really destroy him for me. But there's not a lot going on here. He comes across as while they talk like he collects people, we don't really see that play out at all. Or he collects things. He wants people to be in his clique or whatever. That might be what the interpretation is from what Dumbledore meant. But there's not much to that. I like the concept of him a lot as well. The idea, and this might just be for me, but I also used to eat my lunches with a professor just for fun. I used to go to like he used to invite a bunch of students over for parties to host them. Um,
True, but you did that out
and
of self. Whereas in Harry, it's more of a manipulation tactic.
Harry, it's a manipulation tactic on his part, but the others came voluntarily, you know. So there's clearly something to what he's doing. Um, but and those are good for characterizing him, but it
But
doesn't really elevate him above the plot relevant aspects
also the
that he is there
MacGuffin of
for.
the book, of the Half
Yeah,
Blood Prince
yeah.
potion book.
There's a lot of MacGuffins in
Like if
JK's
Harry
work.
didn't
Not
have
not as
that,
much as JJ, but
if Harry didn't have that, how would he achieve where he got?
yeah, that was
Yeah.
definitely a look at the draw. I'm at a C.
I have Slughorn at a B because even though he is pretty pivotable. Oh my god,
Words, Crimson.
whatever. He's tied heavily to the plot and less relevance as a character, as writer said. I do think there's enough of him as a character to establish him, uh, separating him from the plot. He does come back later at the Battle of Hogwarts, but he's just a background guy. He's not really part of it all that much. And I don't know. I liked his relationship with Dumbledore, even though they don't have much of a direct relationship. We get him picking him up at his house, and that's. Do you have any other action with Dumbledore in the movie? Pretty much it, I think.
That's kind of it.
But the way they talk about each other, how Dumbledore tells Harry about
Not
how
directly.
eclectic he is, and
they don't have any direct interactions. I think.
Yeah.
Beyond that.
There's enough of how they talk about each other to others that I think is a good dynamic between them. And his talks with Harry are nice. I'm not a big fan of Liquid Luck. I think it's very stupid. I would take the Time Turner easily over Liquid Luck. But that's more of the world building than.
I mean, they're both.
They're both bad for world building, but one is far more enjoyable to watch than the other.
Especially when Liquid Luck can just be said that's used and still work.
Well, that's his placebo. That's So I think Slughorn deserves a B. I don't feel like he's higher than a C.
Okay, well, I have Slugworth as a C, but with his iconicity of his quirkiness, does get to the point of like. I mean, again, like that's in one aspect of it, like how iconic are the characters, and I think he really stands out. But for just overall use, I think because of all the devices around, really, I mean, that's on Harry. That's more on Harry to keep Harry in an A. But Slughorn isn't. We get to see. I like to see the process of how Dumbledore goes to like get professors to be hired, because we see that with Slughorn. I'd be real curious how Dumbledore went to get Gilderoy Lockhart as Defense Against the Dark Arts, like a scene like that. But his quirkiness and this backstory he has, kind of. I mean, I think it's used for that as well because he was a professor and then left, and this is Dumbledore getting him back, which is smarts onto Dumbledore. Which is me just finding little ways around getting other characters than Slughorn himself, not Slugworth, different character. Yeah, I'm still gonna put him in a C. He's got his iconicness. I think the actor plays quirky very well. The other roles coming to my mind that he's played was in Narnia and Inkheart, which are still very odd characters. Yeah. Like I can see what Crimson's saying.
And he had another scene with Dumbledore with the poisoned drink in the medical room.
Oh yeah, the medical center.
Yeah, where he doesn't know what to do.
Well, that's with Harry and Ron. I mean, in the hospital.
I mean, still, but wouldn't he know? I still feel like in that instance with
Ron, he didn't know what was wrong with him.
Yeah, because he was supposed to be that wine is intended for Dumbledore.
Yeah, you don't want to mix potions; could make things worse. I guess, like no cure.
Yeah, I don't know how Harry knew what to do, but
he read the Half-Blood Prince book.
Well, yeah, but he doesn't know what Ron was poisoned with.
That's also true. Which I think that's a dilemma kind of thing, because is Slughorn being hesitant because he doesn't want to cause something worse by mixing something in the system with what Ron already has, or does he actually not know how to help? Like, does he has no?
I don't think it's bad if it's either, because if he doesn't know how to fix them, well, then you don't try to worsen whatever it is because you don't know what it is.
No, see that it makes sense to me. It would be a potion usage because he's a potion master. He wouldn't use a spell. Like, is there a vomit spell or something? You know, or eat slugs.
Spells for everything.
You eat slugs.
Okay, so you're both C for him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think I can see myself going to B. Then again, I just thinking about my rewatch, I maybe on rewatches I might want to push him from to B, but for now he's still C.
I mean, looking at what we have in C's, I think he lines up with Fudge.
I feel like he's better than Fudge.
Lines up with Filch.
But I also think he's better than Filch.
Oh,
That's fine. C he is. I'm still with a B on the record.
Okay. Well, that's why we're all giving our things. We're all on the record of our own. So
I didn't want to make it sound like I switched to a C.
no.
Is
Crimson.
it my turn? No.
I think Horse was just you, Raider.
Yes, I think you're right.
Yes.
So an interesting one here.
So yeah, you know what? I gave a little-known character of Harry Potter. Now I'm going with a very well-known character, James Potter, the legend himself, the one that layeth with Lily.
Sure, you can say it that way.
Yeah. We don't get much of James. It's mostly through other people talking about James, or we get flashbacks. He has a nice scene when Harry has the Resurrection Stone, and when he has the wand touching thing from the fourth one. I don't remember what they called
The
that.
wand duel. I don't know.
Yeah. So he's a supportive dad. He was a bully as a child. I don't know.
Happy to see
He's
you
not.
grew out of it.
Yeah, he's not heavily involved as a character, and more of his presence towards Harry, and I guess Snape to a degree. So I think he's a good B, but I could see someone talking me down to a C or something.
Raider, want me to go next?
Yeah, you go next.
I have him as a C, just for the he's a dead character, so all we see is ghosts or ghost forms and flashbacks, which do give enough to his character. Definitely wish there was more, but that it's he's one of those characters that really helps strengthen others, like Harry and Snape. I guess even Lily for that instance too. But I don't know why. But I think it's just because of later, which I think they do well because of this. I think it's because of Snape being against him that he doesn't have much more. He actually has less than Lily because of the situations, and that this is even before the whole Snape memory in Deathly Hallows Part 2, with the wand duel, and I guess Resurrection Stone's after. But I just think Harry has more of a connection with his mom, so I think Lily has more of a presence around than James. Even
I
though
don't know if I agree with
I
that.
don't.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that either. Lily has more to do with more to say in the last film, but James had more to say in the fourth one. James was the one that was really talking him into, we can hold off Voldemort for a second. That was
I
mostly
mean, that's
James's
more
scene.
dialogue, but is that more aid or
I mean, I feel like him and Lily are pretty equal in terms of connection
Yeah,
to Harry.
they're pretty equal in terms of
Lily
connection,
gets
yeah.
more presence in the franchise as a whole, but not just directly to Harry. Because you get people like, oh, you have her eyes, you have the Lily connection to Slughorn and Snape, but just Harry and Lily, I think, is just as equal to James.
okay? I guess that's a little confusion I said, or that came across. Like, yes, the Lily and James to Harry, I think are pretty equal. But overall, in this situation, I think James is lower than Lily.
Okay.
So I have
Yeah,
James as a C.
I'm trying to think of James's other connections to the world. We have his connection to Snape. We have his Quidditch connection. We have
one line from
Pretty much it.
Ollivander.
Yeah. I think, yeah.
Everything else is tied to them as a couple.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, no, actually, we have a line from Cerberus as well, that he always went to stay at James's house.
Oh yeah, and then I forgot his
Yeah,
relationship
the
with
Marauders.
the Marauders.
Yeah. So I do think they're actually kind of equivalent in the world. I think James is not as like, uh,
Forefront.
yeah, it's not at the forefront, but I actually do think they're equivalent overall too.
Okay. I'm in disagreement, but I won't say until later.
All right. So we got B and a C and a writer.
I'm at a B.
All right.
Very well characterized for the limited screen time for dead people. Uh, um, I think he also clearly has a character arc off screen, but you get enough of it to understand what happened. He started out as a bully to Severus Snape, but also with Snape ends up in the Order of the Phoenix, which I think speaks to who James is ultimately at the end of the day. So there is character work that happened to him that we weren't necessarily privy to, but we don't necessarily need to see it.
Okay.
We got two Bs. Do you want to talk one of us down to a C? Or are you good with that?
No, B's fine. B works for James. I'm up next with a I see who's next. Creature, the Black Family's house elf.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have
creature exists.
I have Creature at a D. I could see him going to
okay.
F.
Yeah, I'm pretty much at D as well. Don't think he's at an F, but I can be talked down to it.
I have him at a C, but easily talked down to a D. I'm not too worried about that. So
That's pretty. That just
Yeah.
sounds.
give him a D for that.
Okay.
He's got a very minimal presence in here. He's there just to convey what happened to the locket, and that's pretty much it.
He's just the housekeeper beyond that
Black
point.
Family, but
And he's there to bring Dobby back into the story.
Yeah, that's I think the part I like about Creature is seeing the difference between him and Dobby.
And it shows that all the house elves are different, and they have very different personalities too, which is kind of funny to look at and play out.
Yeah.
He also shows up in Order of the Phoenix as well, so
is that the one where Sirius
established.
Yeah.
Yeah. Creature. And something else. I don't remember what else he said. He was on the stairs cleaning pictures.
Yeah.
All right. Creature D. Very easy.
All right. Next up is Lily Potter. Very unknown character. I think we can all agree.
Sure. Doesn't even have like a song named after her.
Well, it's just a goldfish, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure the audience is getting sick of these jokes.
Yeah, I'm sure. That's why we're keeping them up. Okay. Lily, I'm trying to, because we said a bunch of stuff about James. Now I'm kind of comparing Lily James unintentionally now, and thinking about the characters that we have in A and B. I think I'm gonna stick with her being with James in B, which is strange because James was bouncing from B to C. I think Lily, you see more of her because when you constantly cut to flashbacks of that night, we pretty much always just see Lily dying.
Mm-hmm.
But I think she's at a B.
Yeah, I also have her as a B. I do elevate her above James, but not enough to put her in a different tier. I don't think she's an A.
Stole the words out of my mouth. Stole the words right out of my mouth.
Oh, Yeah. So that's B.
Yeah. See, I am also in agreement. I see Lily above James because of Harry, because of Snape, and because of Petunia, her sister, which I think helps play more of a role into Lily than James. Because I mean, I guess you could say Sirius for James, but I think the feeling of what Petunia has for her sister, expressing that, gives more to Lily. So I have her above, but in agreement with Crimson, I don't see her in above James to give her the A slot with what we have. So I'd put
Yeah.
her with B because originally I had B for Lily, C for James, but so I'd
Yeah,
put her in a
I'm
B.
yeah, I'm kind of the same with all of you. She's a little bit above James, but not enough to warrant a change in letter grade.
All right. Well, again, another simple one.
Indeed. Quick, easy. This one might not be quick and easy. Who knows? Lord Voldemort, he who must not be named.
Mr.
Now,
Tom Riddle himself.
well, that's the tough thing we have to deal with here. Is because we all greenlit, which I'm not fully sure why. We all greenlit that Tom Riddle and Lord Voldemort are two separate beings.
I didn't
I
greenlight
I
it.
didn't greenlight that. What?
It was on the list of 50. None of us changed it.
I said no to it when we were coming up with the list, but you and the other person we were talking to said it should be considered, and then we didn't talk to Ryder about
I didn't greenlight that. No, that they're the same person. What?
it. Well, let's. What's the difference, Springs? What are we going with here? What's the
I don't
criteria?
know. That's what I'm saying. We all agree. I mean, I thought it was all agreed because no one touched on it. So I just went, oh, okay. So Lord Voldemort is like for the snake guy after the Cauldron Born made. Tom Riddle's everything beforehand. Being that no one spoke up about it, I thought that's how we were going with it.
I mean, I did when we were in person, but it's fine. So how do you feel about that, Ryder? No nose is Voldemort. With nose is Tom.
uh, see, if they were together, it'd probably be like,
Easier?
uh, yeah. Um, okay, they're separated. Uh, Lord Voldemort is just a B then by himself, Mr. Noseless Man. Um, Tom Riddle is a
Well, we're not
very
at
big
Tom Riddle
portion.
yet. But
Yeah, I'm explaining why he's at a
okay.
B instead of an A. Tom Riddle's a very big part of Lord Voldemort's personality, and with that missing, it just drops him down to generic bad guy. So B.
It's a compelling argument. I currently have him as an A because even though the Tom Riddle aspects, all those flashbacks, or the one that came out of the book in the second one, do definitely boost his character. I do feel like his presence with no nose is very impactful. His introduction with killing Cedric is strong. His one-on-one duel with Harry at the shortly after that is good. His talk with Harry while in his head is pretty good. I feel like a lot of his scenes outside of that in isolation are still good. It just boosts, I think, with the Tom Riddle aspect of him.
I'm
I'm
sure
at an
a
A, but I
combo.
could go
Yeah, a combo
lower.
could boost to an S possibly. But the fact that, again, I'm gonna say this fell onto all of us, just letting it slide. Um, really dampens both. I have Lord Voldemort as an A because he's the big bad. He's not a great big bad because he just wants to kill high schoolers, but of the story and world, he's just the big bad guy.
A lot of my issues with Lord Voldemort being the big bad guy has to do with how terrible the rest of the magical world seems to be at dealing with evil.
Well, he doesn't exist.
Oh no,
Yeah,
they just kneel
when
before
they accept
bad
you
guys.
exist, they just die off screen.
Yeah.
It's just
Just
great.
takes over.
Um,
The ministry has fallen.
yeah, and, like really, this is like the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. It's one of those things where I want to like him as a villain, but he doesn't really do anything that earns my respect as a villain. Like he has a very sharp presence. I think the most powerful and impressive thing he does is just lowers the Hogwarts shield by himself after watching all the other wizards shoot at it for like an hour.
That's pretty cool.
It's cool. I don't know what else he does that I would consider to be particularly impressive. He has stalemates with Dumbledore. It's
Yeah, that's a cool
it,
battle.
it was a cool battle,
Yeah,
and
he
he
can
kills
go
Cedric.
against the Elder Wand.
And he kills Cedric. Man, he killed one high schooler.
Well,
that's great.
And a
no.
teacher.
In a way, he didn't.
Anyone could have brought the teacher to him for him to kill.
Yeah, he kind.
He still killed her. It was served to him, but still.
Yeah,
Cedric thing is like same with the teacher. It wasn't him, but it was his word that caused it.
Wormtail did it.
For me to raise it to an A, unfortunately, I'm at a solid B here. I don't think the Tom Riddle aspect to his personality
would boost it.
Is what would boost it to a solid A and possibly an S for me. But without that, he's missing like the clever workarounds, if that makes sense. Everything with Lord Voldemort is direct and to the point. There's not really much cleverness to him. It's we're gonna go attack the school. It's bring me this person so I can kill them, or we need to stop him from finding the Horcruxes. It's with all the riddle stuff, it's more of you get more of the slyness of just trying to stay alive, drinking unicorn blood.
I
mean, he planned to have Draco kill Dumbledore and planned to have Snape as a backup. And I'm planning.
Yeah, but again, but that takes away from him being iconic and the fact that he doesn't do those himself. Because him choosing to kill Dumbledore himself and managing to do it would establish him as a better villain. But the fact that he's trying to convince a high schooler to do it for him while threatening a high schooler that he doesn't end up killing doesn't really push him higher either. So it's you're missing something without the Tom Riddle aspect that does drop him from an A to a B, I think.
I'm fine going with a B because I think adding the Tom Riddle stuff wouldn't raise it to an S to me. Yeah, but I feel like it's big enough to move.
If both were included in one, I think I would give A. Without Tom Riddle, should definitely lower Voldemort from A. So I think, B. Ryder, way to go. You pitched it right.
Sorry, sorry. I guess I didn't get back to you on that, but that's where I'm at with Lord Voldemort, Mr. Noseless Man.
Hey, that's just how I saw it. I saw it. The whole list was given. No one questioned. I mean, Crimson questioned one thing about a character's name, I think.
I questioned you in person. Stop acting like I didn't say anything.
All right. I guess I'm next. Should put us. No, I'm not next. That would be.
That's so confusing. It's me? Great.
Yeah, it's you.
One who, you know what? If you've listened to, was it Recap Season 14? I think it was brought up. It's either that or 13. I think it was 14. Anyhow, next one's Lucius Malfoy, who I see as a great character of a 7 out of 10. I have him as a B. I just really like Jason Isaacs. I think he's a great actor. I think he portrays him very well, very snarky. Shows how he treats Harry, how he treats Dobby, how he treats his son Draco, how he falls to Voldemort. Yeah, I think he's just he's cool. So I have him as B.
Like father, like son. I think there is a lot here. Jason Isaacs is a great actor. Funny enough, I had to I see Jason Isaacs in a lot of things, and I just forget what he's in. But he was the only character I liked in Star Trek Season 1 of Discovery, which was
I
Yeah, too
think
bad you and I could predict what was going to happen.
yeah, I know, right?
I think
He's
Jason
such a good
Isaacs
character.
plays an amazing Captain Hook.
He does. Yes, I agree. Great actor. He's an icon in everything he's in, and I realized, I think rewatching Harry Potter, I think he has a bit of that Gary Oldman in him where he's a chameleon. He could just become anything.
Oh yeah. Oh man, I just even that small tiny role he has in, is it Fury? I think
I haven't seen it.
it's very small.
Oh yeah.
He's looking over a
Yeah,
map
yeah,
and he
yeah.
has an American accent, and that's it. I think it's
Yep.
Fury.
I think it is Fury as well. I think I know what you're talking about. Fury is the tank movie.
Yeah,
I'm assuming.
with Brad
Yeah,
Pitt.
that's what you're referring to. But yeah, he has a bit of that Gary Oldman in where he can just blend into anything. He plays the when he has control of a room, he has control of it. When he loses it, uh, turns very cowardly, and so he's like father, like son in that way. Very well characterized. I quite like him. I think my favorite scenes upon rewatch is just the realization of how Voldemort probably recruited him. Is he was just too cowardly to stand against him, and that's just how he got him.
Oh yeah, you can see that any instance with Voldemort around, like the whole dinner or around the table.
He asks for his wand. So it's such a good scene. Uh, I'm also at a B, I think, for Lucius Malfoy. The only nick to his character, he's not bright sometimes. Um, I always point to Chamber of Secrets for this one. Now is about to Avada Kedavra a fucking
It's
second
such
year in
a
Harry Potter.
badass bit. Like what he's about to do is so huge.
Yeah, it's such a weird bit now, and as a part of his character, especially when he's supposed to be like scheming and clever. He really loses it here, and wants to just lay Harry out with
Well, it really,
with a death curse.
yeah, it really shows how
You
much.
lost me, my servant.
Really shows how much he cared for Dobby, which is interesting.
Yeah.
In comparison, does Lucius care about Dobby as much as Molly cared about Ginny with going to use the killing curse on the person against them?
Probably. I think it's more of a possession thing, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah, it's differences, but
He likes what Dobby did. That as a character.
Dobby, no one says
Dobby, yeah.
But yeah, I'm in a solid B for Lucius here.
Yeah, I have Lucius as an A. My biggest issue with him is we didn't get to really see the transition of confident Lucius to cowardly Lucius with the wand thing you guys were talking about at the table.
Mm-hmm.
He's already disheveled, fallen to pieces. He looks like he's been through the ringer. The time before that we see him in Order of the Phoenix, he's very confident, proud of himself.
I mean,
he stands up to Voldemort in the
in
graveyard.
Goblet of Fire.
Yeah. So I wish we actually got to see why he was so disheveled at that point. Because you're like, okay, he failed Voldemort.
Here's the
He did
reason.
something. It's in
Here's
the
the reason.
books.
No. The reason's in the film too, but it's quick and you'll miss it. It's in a newspaper. He goes to Azkaban at the end of Order of Phoenix.
I mean, that wouldn't really explain his reaction towards Voldemort, though.
No, that explains why he's disheveled and like.
Oh, yeah, but he's afraid of Voldemort here. Not just
No.
the 5 o'clock
I'm
shadow.
I'm explaining half of it. I can't explain that. I'm explaining the half of it where you're like he's disheveled and seems broken by it. He was in Azkaban, and that does things to people, as we see.
Hagrid came out all right.
Yeah.
Oh, Hagrid was in there for a couple weeks, if that.
No, he was there for a couple months, wasn't he?
It was months.
Yeah.
Oh,
He was there before all the petrified students.
I mean, he got
somewhere.
taken during Aragog.
And we went through the whole season.
I'll definitely
the whole
chop
school
it down
season.
into some more world building issues then for JK.
Yeah, he was there for months. Yeah, that's my biggest issue with him is we don't see why he's afraid of Voldemort at that point, and then he just carries that trait going forward, which is I like his fear of Voldemort. I just wish we actually got to see why he suddenly got afraid. It's
Which I
obviously
think,
he failed him with the prophecy, but it would have been nice to actually see something
well,
out of that.
Crimson, with that point, does that mark the S down to A because of that, or just like help solidify the A?
Solidifies the A. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think I'd ever consider him an S.
I'm like, I think that's a good
Um,
point to make to solidify a B to knock him down from an
no, because that's just one aspect. He's in this
A.
franchise
That's true.
for a good amount, and I think everything else he's involved in is solid. That's just one aspect. So I think A, and we're also dealing with subjective
I mean,
and
yeah,
objective,
it's
and
one
I
turning
enjoy
point
his presence.
aspect, but it
So
does change who he is at that point.
it does. Yeah, it changes the direction he's going towards. So I have an A. I enjoy his presence.
Okay. So that averages out to a B.
It would. I'm
If you
still
guys are
thinking on.
sticking with
Oh,
B,
I'm
Yeah, I'm
sticking as
still thinking. I'm
B.
still. Yeah, I'm. Ooh. Uh. I'm. I'm trying to compare him to Bellatrix and the other characters in A. I
I mean, we
think.
see Bellatrix get broken out, but Lucius also got broken out because he's
Yep.
later there.
Yeah. No. No. I mean, I'm comparing him like to the other characters in A to see if I want him to
Oh,
stand
okay.
beside them. You know.
or is he higher than the Bs we have?
Yeah, you know what? I'm thinking of all the more the more scheming stuff that he does. This the chiding comments of like when he sees them at the Quidditch tournament or the when he's in Dumbledore's office. Yeah, I think he moved up to A. No, I wouldn't be.
If it rains, you'll be the first to know.
Yeah, he's deliciously lovable and an idiot and I hate him.
Okay. I am okay with
uh, Next up is funny enough my fan favorite pick, uh, Luna Lovegood.
that. Oh,
Ah,
not surprised.
Yeah, if
me
anyone wants to
neither.
know who Ryder's waifu is in Harry Potter, it's Luna. um, Luna's an interesting character with the way we meet her because we meet her very late in the franchise. I think it's Goblet of Fire. Um,
Order of the
His Order of
Phoenix.
we
Phoenix.
meet her Order of Phoenix. Wow, that's
When Harry first sees a
uh,
Yeah.
Thestral, which is a little damaging. It is, but
Quite damaging
yeah, very very damaging.
because
That's
he's seen
not
death
Luna's
as
fault,
a
however.
baby. But yeah,
yes, but that's through the eyes of Harry, and it's like, are the other previous times through the lens of Harry or just the world we see?
Yeah,
So
because
he acts like
he
he's
would
never seen him before.
that's
yeah he
also
would have
true.
seen them after Cedric's death. That if they're implying Cedric's death is what triggered it.
Yeah, that's
I
a
guess
very
that is
valid
what they're
point.
implying.
Yeah,
Even
he would
though
have seen
I guess
them
Quirrell would have
returning.
triggered it.
Yeah, yeah. Cora would have
And his
triggered it.
mom dying.
Yeah,
Oh,
his mom
Well,
dying would have triggered it.
yes, that is
There's
if
a lot of
Baby Potter did look in the direction of his mom dying. That we don't
yes.
know for certain.
oh no, Baby Potter is looking at his mom dying.
Yeah.
That's clearly shown. Um, so yeah, that's unfortunately yes, that is tied to Luna. Um, though I, it's more of a world building issue that is a product of Luna, I guess. Anyway, my point here is that we meet her very late in the franchise, but it's interesting the way they characterize her. She comes across as airheady without the stupidity, if that makes sense, that
Well
you would
put.
typically ascribe to an airhead. And she's very whimsical. She brings a lot of whimsy as well in the later films, but she's also very knowledgeable and smart, and she's willing to stand up for herself when pushed to doing so. She doesn't immediately snap at Harry when Harry is ignoring her, but obviously she gets worked up to that point, like, "Hey, I have a point to make." Um,
Yeah.
she's a very, very knowledgeable young wizard. And
I mean, the Ravenna Ravenclaw bit that no one
yeah,
knew.
yeah, because
Which
she
also,
hangs out with ghosts.
yeah, but that also kind of plays
There's
out. Is she the only Ravenclaw in that
a lost
room?
diadem. Cho is a
No,
Ravenclaw.
not necessarily, but uh
I just don't know if
she
that would help
is
with the house knowledge.
yeah. I know she's I think she's a Ravenclaw or
Yeah,
No,
Luna
she's
and Show are
Ravenclaw.
both Ravenclaws.
Yeah. It's interesting because I think she's well, a lot of her things is she's very much a loner at Hogwarts. We kind of see how she's shunned by everybody. And that's why Harry kind of forms a friendship with her because he also is getting shunned for why'd you put your name in the Goblet of Fire, Harry? So he does form a bit of a connection with her because he's also kind of an outsider in that sense. Um, that's kind of how he connects with her. Um, all this to say, Luna is probably my personal A or S, but I think she's a solid B or A for me. It's kind of where I'm
Okay.
falling.
I gotta look up the definition of airhead because I don't know. My thought that's what I'd classify her as.
Yeah, I think she's an airhead
That
without.
was a good comparison.
Yeah, airhead
Is
means
airhead
that
equivalent to
she's
basket case?
No.
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 Okay.
Airhead
Basket
means that
Cate's more of like a loner weirdo, but Airhead's kind of like they're dumb and lighthearted with a soft tone, but she's not dumb. She's just got the soft tone.
that's why I said she's airhead without the stupidity attached.
Yeah.
She's very whimsical, goes from just one thing to the next, goes with the flow of things, So I'm bouncing
She's
between
quirky.
a B and an A for her. Yeah, she's quirky.
Like a Victorious. What's her face? The singer.
They're all seniors.
Ariana Grande. He's an airhead.
Oh. Oh yeah. Okay.
That.
Yeah, because I was going with more of a Breakfast Club basket case.
Yeah, no,
kind of that, but not so harsh. Ali Sheedy's character. Blanking her name.
Yeah. Luna Lovegood. I have her as an S. So.
I guess I shouldn't feel shy about putting her in S. I
I
guess.
see where this is kind of going.
Do I like Ravenclaws? Not my intent. Yeah, I think she's awesome. I love her quirkiness, and how everyone reacts to her. It's everything revolving around her. It's funny. What are Nargles? I don't know. Nobody knows except Luna. It's good. She just fit into the cast real well, even with her late introduction. She just fit with everybody.
Yeah, I totally understand why Neville Longbottom fell for her. I get it.
Yeah, that's probably the only thing is I wish we had more of those two.
Yeah, me too.
Because kind of like Harry and Ginny kind of just pops up, but it makes more sense to me. But there's not much groundwork for it. Well, yeah, S. I don't have much to play for.
Oh man, you worked really hard to convince your Crimson.
It's just like D, you know.
All right. Well. No, not a. I have Luna as a B because she's a fine character that stands out, but I wish we had more of her. It just seems her instances are not to replace Hermione. I don't think that's the situation I should go with, because I feel she does know things. At least the instances we see that are more or just veins of knowledge that Hermione would know. I don't know if it's like book smart versus street smart kind of situation. I think my favorite scene of Luna is the Thestrals with Harry, talking about death. But yeah, I mean she's fine. So I just see her as a B. I do not see her up with Hermione. I can see her on par with some people in A that we have.
Yeah, I think.
But not all of them.
I'll spoil you for my choice of moving character up. I'm gonna solidify her with an A, but I'm probably moving her up at the end. This is the one I was saving it for. Pretty much.
Yeah, I'm fine going with an A because the S is more subjective leaning. This is supposed to be a mix, so
yeah.
I'm fine.
I will say, like, as I said, S in my heart, but combining with my objective, it's probably an A.
All right, so Luna's an A.
For now.
Who knows? There might be some drastic changes up
Who
ahead.
knows? Who's next?
That would be you, Crimson.
All right. The real Mad Eye Moody, not Barty Crouch Jr.
This is the one we made when we started the slight slip on. This should have been number 1 to start with. Because Alistair over Albus.
Yeah. Alistair, Mad Eye Moody.
Yeah, so I'm going to change what I already had written on here. I had him as an A, and I'm putting him in a B because I just enjoy Barty Crouch Jr.'s portrayal of Moody more than Moody himself. Even though they're quite similar in the way they act, Barty Crouch did a great job mimicking how he acts.
That's still Barty Crouch.
But Moody as himself, he doesn't do much. I like his interaction with Tonks, the way he talks serious when he's a dog, but he's just kind of there, and I enjoy when he's there, but he's not much of a presence, which is sad. I would have liked to have more of him.
Yeah, for being the greatest dark wizard hunter of the century, especially with the Voldemort's followers on the rise, I would have loved to see a lot more of Mad Eye.
I would love to see the power that they talk about of Mad Eye.
Yeah.
His cool broom and his cool wand, because it's not really a wand.
The motorcycle-looking broom.
Yeah. No, he has a wand and he has a staff.
He's got style.
He uses both of them at the end of Order of the Phoenix. It's really cool to see. You can see him. It's a fleeting thing, but you can see him like fighting 3 Death Eaters at once in the final battle of Order of the Phoenix. It's actually really cool. He's in the background doing it though, so it's not at the forefront.
Crimson, where did you have him?
I put him in B. I started with an A going into this, but he's a B for me.
Yeah, I love Mad Eye a lot, but he's probably a B.
Okay. Oh, that shows
the
where
reason
he's going.
Yeah, the reason that Mad Eye is again, I want him to be an A, but I don't think he has. He's very much. We don't really see more sides to him. He's very business oriented. From one we see him at the end of Goblet of Fire. He shows up to escort Harry at the beginning of Order of Phoenix. He shows up to save him at the end. He's there to, talk to the gang. Yeah, he's the Polyjuice guy. He's there giving the final hurrah before they go at the end of Deathly Hallows, and he gets killed off screen, which is fucking lame. Because being the greatest dark wizard of the century, one other thing that could have helped Noseless Voldemort is if they showed his duel with Mad Eye Moody. And showing the prowess of Mad Eye, but even he is no match for the Dark Lord. That would have elevated both, I think. So I'm at a B for Mad Eye.
Okay, I'll still get my point in, but I have him as a C because I find him not as good as the Barty Crouch Jr. version, which is on Barty Crouch. So what we see of him is very just kind of here and there of him being him. So a more serious, not the goofy kind of quirky take that Barty Crouch plays on, where you can see Barty Crouch coming through at points, especially with the whole Draco pheasant situation.
Yeah.
So I think just seeing the power of this great aura would have been so good to see that we don't. We just see just little lines here and there of help, which just to me makes him another member of the Order of the Phoenix. He looks cool, but that's kind of it for me. So I have him as a C.
Like I said, the reason I have him at a B instead of a C is because the rewatch I caught him dueling the 3 Death Eaters at the same time, and he's kind of the ringleader of the group. Yeah, it's very short, and he's also the ringleader of the group usually whenever the Order's out on the bout, which I think helped elevate him to a B for sure. But man, I'm gonna be saying this for a lot of things about people in the Order. I wanted a lot more of them.
Yeah. See that? Okay. B is where he's going, but then again, looking at it, that puts him on par with Barty Crouch Jr.'s portrayal of what we have. So
Hmm. Well, you won me over, Sprinks, with that last statement. I'm moving to a C.
I'll still be on the record here to be. So
I can't put Barty Crouch Jr. and Mad Eye in the same.
See, that's the thing that's I don't know if it's problematic because that's our first introduction to him is not him. But when people say Mad Eye, I think of Barty Crouch Jr.'s portrayal. I don't go to Order of Phoenix where it's actually him.
yeah. The funny thing is, I probably go to Order of Phoenix now more than I would go to Goblet of Fire.
Which makes sense because that's what I feel like you should do because that's actually him.
Yeah, but I think that's a benefit of me having rewatched them recently, and as an adult, like I can now differentiate Barty Crouch more from Mad Eye. But if you asked me 5 years ago, I probably would only think of Goblet of Fire, Mad Eye, because that would just be based off of my memory.
So Crimson, because of that, now it moves it to a C on average.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still on the record for a B, but it is a low B. So
Okay.
totally cool to see.
Ooh. Okay. The big one coming up. I think this is it me to go? Who's it go?
Sprinks.
Oh, it's me. It's me. It's me. Ooh, boy. Minerva McGonagall. This it was tough. This was a hard one for me to place, but I have her in A. The reason she doesn't make S to me is I don't think there's enough one-on-one feelings to get more of her, and the things of her seem to be all group oriented. And there are bits.
Whenever there's trouble, it's always you three.
See, I like that, but it's still the three. And there's also bits where she's used as exposition, which is okay, but I wish it wasn't really that way to be handled. I subjectively love her. She's one of my favorites. I am a fan of Maggie Smith portrayal and it's great. But of her in the films, I just wish she had more of a single situation
Presence.
or something. Yeah, like just a one-on-one of her and Dumbledore, or one-on-one of her and Harry, like a strong situation. Like she takes Harry to Dumbledore's office, which I don't see as a full one-on-one situation.
Yeah.
Or maybe just her and Hermione, like something like that.
Here's the thing, right? I am bouncing between S and an A, but I'm okay with her being an A. One of the things I really love about McGonagall is how much she supports her students and how subtle it is, usually for others. She recognized Harry's talent from the get-go and went out of her way to get him the Nimbus 2000. That was a gift from her. Which was his first broom, and then she is the one who recognized Hermione's talent and has gifted her the time turner so she can get to more classes. She recognized that Hermione's a really great student and wants to learn as much as possible and intake as much as possible, so she gave Hermione the means to do that, because McGonagall is what gave her the time turner. And I really like McGonagall's ability to just kind of recognize what her students need, because that goes beyond those two, presumably. We just hear them because they're the main characters.
She points out Seamus and his proclivity for pyrotechnics, for blowing up the bridge.
She's very observant.
Yeah. And obviously she's only takes things to a point, because obviously she's going along with the new curriculum once Snape is headmaster. She doesn't like it, but she doesn't push back because she doesn't want to.
She fights him the first chance she can.
It's great.
Yeah, exactly.
When she defends Harry, that's awesome.
It's one of the
when she gets to use the spell that summons all the knights. It's awesome.
I've always wanted to do that. It's great. There's a lot to love about Minerva. Like I said, I'm between S and A here. Like I'm fine with being an A, but I can definitely see the S aspect to her character. Because the one-on-one stuff with her, as you say, Sprinks, it feels like it happens off screen, but they do a good enough job with it to imply that it happened. You know what I'm saying?
True, but we don't get to see the strength of what that does.
Yeah, we don't see the direct impact of. Well, we see the Quidditch one where she got Harry the broom, but we don't see the direct impact of like the time turner until
No, that's
Prisoner
all
of
from
Azkaban.
Hermione bringing it up.
Yeah, which is a throwaway line, which is cool, but
Yeah, that's the thing. I just wish she had like a one-on-one situation kind of thing. Like she defends Trelawney against Umbridge, but that's still a crowd setting. Like if that was just
yeah,
in the office kind of thing, I think that would have been awesome.
yeah. I
I feel like that's better with the crowd.
I feel like
Crowd gives a presentation to
McGonagall.
Umbridge, but I don't
Yeah,
think that. I mean, it shows McGonagall's character to go out of her way to do that, which helps with the Harry thing later against Snape.
and
But
it shows a bit of her whimsy too, in the sense of like she's never outlawed the Weasleys' little jokes that they play on the classes.
No.
She understands the full school experience in like a way that few teachers do. Is like, yeah, they're meant to have fun here too. Like this is their livelihood.
I mean, even using the spell, that's McGonagall having fun.
Yeah, she's great. I love McGonagall. Solid A, but man, I want someone to talk me to an S. I really do.
Well, that person won't be me because I have her as an A.
Dang it.
Whoopsies.
um,
I agree with all of you guys' points. I just can't see her with the other S's, and I kind of see her and Dumbledore on par with each other.
Other list S's of your list is what you're saying. Because what we have is Hermione. And like I'm okay.
Yeah, I
putting
think
her with
Hermione's
Hermione,
higher. So
okay.
both what we have and what I have, I think she's lower than the S's, and I think she's on par with Dumbledore. So I think that's
she's I'm like she's pretty on par with a lot of these A's we have here.
I agree.
And you know what? I'll say it might be controversial, might be a hot take. I like McGonagall more than Harry.
That might be hot. I don't know. Lukewarm, maybe.
That's a lukewarm take. I think I can totally see it. I think Harry has a lot more going on as a character, obviously, but I love McGonagall. I will not deny.
I think I'd watch another Harry Potter movie over a McGonagall movie.
Yeah. Speaking of which, do you want to bring up your our romance conversation for shipping again with McGonagall and Harry Potter Crimson?
Come check out season whatever Before We Go was.
Oh, that recap?
Yeah.
There was such a fun conversation over that.
The romance between Harry Potter.
Yeah, it was wild.
It was something. And hey, listen, Crimson, you put him in the same category, so obviously you're a shipper. Just calling you out. I can see it.
All right, we'll move on from Minerva. And writers up.
All right, next up we have Moaning Myrtle.
Moaning Myrtle. Her voice is too high. I can't do it.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Hi, Harry. No, I can't do it.
Very, very entertaining character. Usually very plot oriented, though I think she has a lot more whimsy when she's first introduced in Chamber of Secrets. I think after that it's very plot oriented, with a little bit of whimsy, like with Harry in the bath. I think I'm at a B for her, low B, high C. Serviceable, whimsical, funny. She helps the gang out, but usually she has to be talked into it. She also gets angry when people talk about throwing things at her because Ginny threw the book through her head.
10 points if you get it through her head.
Yeah. She has a very, very sparky personality that makes her very charming and memorable. But I don't think she's too important to warrant being above a B for me. So.
Yeah, I have her as a B because she fulfills her purpose. She's funny. I enjoy the scenes she's in. Would I want more of her? Sure. Do we need it? Absolutely not. I think she's there just enough. I think B's fine.
Yeah, they don't overuse her.
Oh.
Yeah. I could be docked down to a C just because of how little she's in it.
Yeah,
that'd probably be my biggest thing.
I kind of see where we're going. I have her as a D because it kind of goes with the same thing we said with Grip Hook. She's there for a purpose, but there's not much else to go with after that. She's more comedical and more. I like her more than Griphook, subjectively, but her presence. I mean, Goblet of Fire presence is very just like this is what Cedric did. Chamber of Secrets definitely is where she shines, but even still, it's kind of just like a helpful character around of like how she died in the situation.
Yeah.
All right.
Like I said, I'm fine going to a C. I don't see her as a D.
Yeah, I'm not a hard B, so I can compromise it a C.
Like it sounds like a C.
Yeah.
Looking like where we are now, I think Moaning Myrtle was Neville, number 37 or 34. We just did out of our 50, and our C's are very interesting to me.
I can't see what it looks like.
We got Filch, Fudge, Dudley, Ollivander, Slughorn, Moody, and Myrtle.
It feels like C was the hallmark of all of our compromise ones.
But I don't disagree with those. Mad Eye's the only one that stands out as weird, but
But it makes sense with how little screen time he has.
Yeah. Next up, we have a character I think might end up being higher than what I'm thinking. Molly Weasley. I had Papa Weasley higher than her. I had him at an A, and I still value him more than Molly. But that being said, I think she's still a great character. I have her at a B. I like how she takes the motherly role with Harry, kind of like how the father role was taken for Harry as well. The Weasleys are very kind.
They're a good family.
Yeah, and Molly doesn't have the whole order connections that. Why do I keep blanking on his name? I can't keep saying Papa Weasley.
Arthur.
Arthur. She doesn't have really the order connections. She is part of the order, but he's a lot more tied to it. He goes on missions.
Arthur is more of like does the groundwork, and she's busy being the caretaker of her family, but she will show up for work when she needs to.
Yeah. So there's an aspect to that Arthur has over her, and I see that as making him a bit more compelling for me. But yeah, B's fine for me with Molly.
Okay.
I like her bit with Bellatrix, but like I said, the Bellatrix part of it,
that's on the Bellatrix. Yeah. Huh.
Sprinks, you want to go?
Yeah.
First?
Well, okay.
So
I have Molly above Arthur, of course. So originally it was a C for Arthur, B for Molly, but Arthur's in B, and my Molly's listed as B. So my pitch would be Molly's an A, which I'm not angry about with who we have in our A's.
Molly is also an A for me. I'm not gonna repeat what you said, Crimson, but I think what I really like about Molly, she brings more of the familial aspect, while Arthur brought a lot more of the order and ministry aspect. And he does bring a bit of that fatherly role to Harry. Like, he's the one that takes him out to the tournament games, like, treating all the kids out. Molly is the one that keeps, the home safe, kind of. She's the one that holds down the fort. She's taking care of all the kids while he's off at work. So she brings a lot more of the family aspect, I think, a lot more to what Harry needs. So not to discount Arthur's fatherly role, but it says something to Molly when she meets Harry at the train station. You've got all your books, you've got all your clothes, you're all packed. She's going through the checklist with Harry to make sure he's ready to go, and he's fulfilling that mother role to like perfection for him.
Molly makes me far more happier to see than Arthur.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Molly's the heart of the Weasleys. You can see why all the Weasleys are good people, and I think that's because of Molly.
Yeah.
So I'm at an A for Molly.
Sounds like A's winning.
Okay, I'm like, that's 2 A's. Are we Pushing against
I'm
it.
still at a B, but we'll just go with it. I don't think I'd be able to convince you guys.
I mean, Molly's better than James and Lily Potter.
Yeah, it's because she has presence, like a real presence in the film.
Oh boy, I gotta go swinging with the next one.
Yes, you do.
Yes. Nearly Headless Nick. Or if I can find it, what Crimson wanted clarification over. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy
Porpington.
The proper respect.
Yeah.
He's a sir.
Yeah. And this sir I have listed as a D.
S tier, he saved a kid.
You're out of your mind.
No, yeah, exactly.
You're crazy.
That is what we call a joke, ladies and gentlemen. He saved a kid. That's it.
I mean, hey,
after that,
it's John Cleese. That's what I got going for it.
That's not enough.
No, it's not enough. It's enough to get out of an F.
Oh, he's an F.
No, he's an F for me. I don't.
Oh, well,
he's just a nothing character. I could change one thing about the story in Harry Potter, and he could be removed entirely. He
traumatizes children. Okay, he takes his head off in front of children.
That's pretty cool. Come on. It's also pretty cool that he can be petrified as a ghost.
See, then any ghost could have been petrified.
I know.
Yeah,
he's just shrugging. I don't see any. Unfortunately, I don't see any worthwhileness to him in the story. I'm on F, unfortunately. I don't see him and it's not out of the fact I hate him. I just don't enjoy him, and I don't think he does enough objectively to warrant any grade.
You guys think that the portraits could have been petrified? Because they can be manipulated. The fat lady can.
That would be interesting. I would be interested.
And they turn into normal pictures.
Yeah. That's how they die. They just become normal pictures. Probably.
They're sentient on their own to move to other paintings, so.
Listen, all I'm saying is, in this universe, waifu pillows, body pillows they're going to be very interesting.
I'm like, paintings are essentially clones in the universe.
Yeah. You're never really dead if you get a painting of yourself.
Well, when Albus died, his painting just went to bed. So I think.
Oh, he could have woken up later.
You think so?
Well, we have no reason to not think that. Why can't paintings sleep?
I just thought the sleeping was set that.
It can be symbolic. He's dead. Yeah.
I have a real question. What justifies you becoming a ghost?
Let's not cover that.
I haven't a clue.
I guess we'll say that for the franchise talk.
Yeah.
We'll say that for the franchise talk because I have a lot of questions.
That's probably a Potterhead question.
I've got a lot of them.
Let us know down in the comments. Writer's curious.
Yeah, I had nearly Headless Nick as a C, but I'm not strong with that at all. But I will put him in a D. I have no character as an F, and I can't put him in an F either.
Okay, I had 2 in F.
I think he's the only character that on this list that I would consider putting in an F at the moment.
Oh wow!
But even subjectively, I do enjoy his presence, how small it is. So
he's
that's
silly.
Enough to put in a D for me.
Then again, that's me saying it versus you two. So
listen. The compromise is a D. I'm fine with him being a D. It's not a I hate him. He's an F. It's just the way it is.
Well, for you, is it okay? Like he's
fit, nothing to you.
He's fit with Aragog.
In D.
Yeah. Like he's on par with Aragog, Griphook, Barty Crouch Sr.
Oh.
Would you want to change your mind on Griphook yet?
No. That makes me want to fight for him to be an F. I think he's much lower than Barty Crouch Jr. I mean Barty Crouch
Sr.
Barty Crouch Sr. has at least a point in the story.
It's true.
Nicholas Nilhazig does not. Barty Crouch is there to elevate his son in terms of plot, and is also there to kind of give the juxtaposition. He's the Ministry's presence throughout the course of the film up until his death, and he even causes some interstrife between Dumbledore and Fudge. So a lot of things are born from his death. We get nothing for Nearly Headless-Nick. He saved a student. That's it. Not even that has a lot of weight to it because the student is a background character.
Oh, it was also an accident.
And it was
he
an
didn't
accident.
walk in front of the kid on purpose to save him. Or float in front of the kid.
Yeah. So yeah, I think he's below D. I'm gonna be on the record as an F if we're compromising over.
Hey,
D.
you can be your character and you move.
And
you could. We don't know. We're not at the end yet.
We all know who I already gave away who I'm
We're
moving.
not at the end.
You know what? I think Ryder made a good enough point. I'll lower him to an F.
Oh my goodness.
No, I agree. I don't see Griphook and Barty
moving.
Grouch Sr. as the same. Like I can't see those three together.
Yeah, I think because you brought the point of being okay with them being in D, and I'm like, I thought about those characters, like, no, they got more going on. Like, Agog has got his history with Hagrid, and Aragog has got his history with Hagrid, and he's got the fun to poke at with the boys when they come to see him. So I think that unfortunately drops him to F.
Well, on to you for the next.
Neville Longbottom. So, unsung hero of this franchise.
Feeling you were going to say that.
Yeah, shocker, right? This is not a hot take whatsoever. Neville Longbottom is one of those characters who starts out as kind of like not really a being bullied. He was just a victim of circumstance that caused this happening to him. Like,
this always happened to me.
Yeah, exactly. Why does it always happen to me? And he progresses over the course of the movies. Like, he understands how dark the world is getting. He's one of the first people to sign up with Harry for the Dumbledore's army. And he's there to struggle, learn, and overcome his flaws to make himself into a better person, to do better. And it's his speech that keeps, other Hogwarts students from crossing over to Voldemort at the end. When that's not nothing. And the Sword of Gryffindor shows itself to him. This is a very much an arguable S for Neville Longbottom here. I think, yeah, I'm gonna say an S.
Okay. Well, we are having an Umbridge scenario.
Oh boy.
Where I gave Umbridge an S, you gave a C because you had two opposite ends: objectively good, subjectively low. Same thing with Neville here. I have him as a C. Objectively, I acknowledge he's good. I don't like him. I wouldn't put him in an F subjectively or anything, but I cannot. The C feels fine to me, combining those two. So I have him at a C. So yeah, I don't have much reason of why I don't like Neville too much. It's more like a vibe thing. I never vibed with him. So a C.
A C.
It's
yeah,
very low.
That's okay. That's shocking. I have Neville I have him as an A.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was going to be a hot take.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is definitely a hot take. Neville's great.
The whole Dumbledore army bit of him, I think, is the strongest part of Neville.
You also have to remember, Neville was in charge of stopping half of Voldemort's army from getting into Hogwarts.
That was funny.
The pyrotechnics. Yeah, you will army.
Yeah.
Such a great
It's the
character.
Snatchers
You got the accent well.
who fire their wands like stormtroopers, apparently.
Yeah, and that's them, not necessarily Neville.
I think my favorite Neville part is the first one where he gets frozen.
Yeah, 10
And 10
points.
points for Neville
Bullshit.
Longbottom.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
So I'm not happy
Hey,
about that.
Dumbledore will bring it to whoever
Dumbledore
he
can
wants to
do
win,
it
okay?
with any year of any class, which is BS to choose who wins.
Yeah, I'm just
Rubbish.
annoyed that that's the only time we ever see the house points come into use the entire series.
Oh yeah, it's the big thing in the first movie. It doesn't. Can you imagine Deathly Hallows ends and then they're just like, oh yeah, and the House Cup. Who cares?
Yeah. At that point, all the houses did their part. Because not even Slytherin leaves, only Malfoy does.
Yeah. So
We
now
have
we're
an S, A, and a C.
Yeah, we're in a predicament of, I'm guessing the average is A or B. So where does that go?
The average would be A. If we're going to actually do mathematics about the whole thing. Let's see.
Does Ryder feel like lowering to an
No, I don't.
A?
Neville,
Do I
dude.
feel like going
then
up
again,
to anything?
Yeah, if you had to move one area of all, Ryder would be 1 down to A. Crimson, for you, that's 2 up.
Yeah, which is what Ryder did with Umbridge, but I don't have the same charity with Neville.
Yeah. Which thinking for myself, would I bump him down to a B?
I'm gonna stand firm here on Neville. He's one of the greatest side character arcs
I know,
ever
but
told.
it's like if we all stand firmly where we are, then we're really stuck here. So I'm trying to think like.
I mean, mathematically, he's put in an A. Is where if we were going to
That's
try and average it out,
too
I don't necessarily want to average it out since we're so disparaging. Talk me down from an S, Crimson.
He sucks. Next point.
Okay, how
Wow,
does he suck?
that's-
I'm with Ryder on this one. I
Not
want to
even
hear
trying.
that argument. Where's this suck?
No,
I mean, he's a
I said in the beginning-
loser-ish at the beginning.
I said in the beginning, it's like Ryder's views on Umbridge, where objectively I can acknowledge he's a very well written character, but subjectively I just do not enjoy his time on screen. Every time he shows up, I'm like, can we go on to somebody else, please? I don't care about Neville.
But is this like an average out for yourself, like a subjective, like
Yeah, that's what he
subjective
said.
S to
Yeah.
F? Like
Yeah,
that's so
yeah,
Neville's
I
an
said that
F
earlier.
subjective for you?
Well, he's not an F, but he's probably a D. And I don't. It's not a perfect average.
Well, then the average of that would
C
be
just
B.
felt right.
Oh, okay.
It said it's not perfect. C felt right.
I don't. Yeah, I'm trying to
I'm not
like.
going to an A.
I can't.
I'll go to a
see.
B.
I'm not dropping down, dude.
In any regards, it's an A with the averaging, but
Yeah, I'm sorry,
D
man.
and F.
I would say for myself on this instance, I would much
An A.
rather move him to a B than move him to an S. But a C, I think, is way too low.
I'm trying to think of if there's anything about Neville I dislike right now to be willing to drop into an A, and I don't.
Kind of
So I guess
like
we're
that he's
averaging
the
to an A.
punching bag of convenience.
Yeah,
Like,
but
why didn't the Pixies lift up Seamus, huh?
Yeah, but that's the point of his character. He's gonna grow past it, you know. That's part of what makes him great. All right, I'm okay at this averaging out to an A. I'm not. I'm gonna belabor that point because it sounds
He
like we're
might
just gonna-
move, and it might be a situation. It's like, would you move the person you think for safety of? It's a big strategy game.
Yeah, who's moving, Luna or Neville?
Don't know. We're not at the end yet. Could be someone else.
See, now I have to think about it.
Now there's a challenge.
Yeah, now we don't know.
Do I use it to lower Neville?
That's the thing. That's the strategy of the game. We don't know. It's a big.
I'm coming for you, Crimson.
It's fun. It's fun.
You are him.
Oh, I love it.
Right.
That was
me.
Okay. So Crimson.
All right. Next, we have a character that I put higher than Neville Longbottom, Nymphadora Tonks.
I'm sorry, that statement sounds insane.
I think that
I have
might
her
be
at a
your
B.
hottest take on this podcast, Crimson.
On the pod entirely,
All
maybe not.
80,
I don't know about
80
that.
whatever we're at.
I don't know about that.
I don't know. Neville's pretty
Nymphadora
beloved.
Tonks.
I'm willing to say that's probably one of his. That is up there for his hottest takes on this podcast. Let's see.
Now, hang on.
I have her at a
It
B.
could be weight on his heart. Crimson, do you find Nymphadora attractive? Is it a lovey-dovey
Yes.
situation? Ah. Boom.
Well, is it that?
Toy to his
No.
heart. Oh.
She's not going to be because of her attractiveness.
Well, no, but it raises
Which
her
is
a notch above like a D or something. I don't know.
She's more attractive than Neville. I'll admit that.
You know what? I'll side with you there. I can go with that.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, hey, Neville's when he gets old, like
She's
part two.
To make sure I'm thinking of
pretty
the right
strapping lad.
person. Yeah, never mind.
Nymphadora.
Is
Lupin's wife.
Lupin's wife.
Yeah.
A character I really wanted more of.
Yes.
I liked her introduction. Her banter with Moody was good. She was kind. I liked her little time with Lupin and how much care the two of them seem to have, even though we barely got to see them together.
God, I love the shot of both of them in
holding hands.
Oh, yeah, quote unquote, holding hands. Oh,
yeah,
so good.
It's every scene she's in, I love, even though it's very minimal.
Yeah, Nymphadora is a textbook kind of way on how to do a lot with a little bit of screen time. Like, this is how she's a solid B, easy. Like, I'm in agreement. I think it's not. She doesn't have a lot. It's weird that she's above Mad Eye, but I agree. Like, she has a lot. She's a member of the Order. Her relationship with Lupin is very beautiful and wonderful for how minimal it is.
Yeah. And Sprig's like D. She doesn't have much screen presence.
How do you figure that
out? Because that has been the pattern so far. You seem to treasure screen time a lot.
A bit, yeah. I will say originally, when I started making this list, she was a D. On my list now, not because of this topic, but before we started recording, I have her as a C. Because I like her comedic bits.
Yeah.
Which is comedic to the audience, not comedic to the situation she's in. Like, don't call me Nymphadora. That's funny presentational wise to the audience, not in the situation she's in.
Yeah. And then obviously she gets turned into she doesn't get turned into Harry, but
she turns into a duck.
She turns into a duck. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
a very fun character. I quite like her. And I'm kind of in agreement. I wish I saw more of her, to see her with Lupin.
I would have liked, which is an interesting combo, I would have liked to see a scene with her and Luna.
Yeah, they'd be best friends.
Yeah, I can agree with that. They get along really well, because Luna would ask all the questions about why her hair changes with her mood.
Yeah. Just fascinating. So I guess that averages to a B? Or just stays as
Unless
B?
you want to talk us down.
Nah, I'm not talking out Tonks.
Okay. Then yeah, B would be the answer.
It's insane. But then again, with what we have, insane, she's right on par with Voldemort. But hey, with the list we're going with of no-nos.
Look, at this point, I can't apologize for what I did. I stand by with what I did to Voldemort there.
All right. Sprig's next?
Am I next?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, I said Nymphadora.
Next is Peter Pettigrew, which I guess because of this will include Scabbers.
Well, yeah, the same
guy. Hey, I'm
sure he
clarifying.
Appreciated being half turned into a cup.
Clarifying.
From Ron.
Oh yeah. I have Peter Pettigrew as a B. Because I think again, Prisoner of Azkaban, his whole reasoning of what he's done shows so much of him. And he's not the right hand, like, favorite Death Eater that Lucius is, because he's more lackey in, like, henchman territory, but he's the most loyal, up there, sacrifice his own hand servant kind of thing. So I just love his dedication and loyalty, but also just his trickerous, and how long he's been in rat form really makes him ratty. Because, like, the other Marauders that we see, I wouldn't really call, Sirius dog-like or Lupin werewolf-like, I get, like, but he's very rat-like. So that goes into, like, his acting of portrayal. And
costume and makeup.
yeah. So yeah,
And
I have him as a
he
B.
did get a kill in. He killed Cedric Diggory.
He killed Cedric by the use
Yeah.
of Voldemort, but yeah.
I'm at a C. It's not too far off from where you are, Springs. I'm at a C. It's pretty much all the same reasons. I don't know if that elevates into a B for me. He plays his role in being hunted down in Prisoner of Azkaban.
And I think that's his strongest place.
Yeah, and then
more so than Goblin,
4 is he's playing a role. He has a cameo with Severus Snape and Half-Blood.
Okay. Yeah,
so
I got him at a B, and a couple issues I have with him is, one, it's more of a book issue. Is that he's a Gryffindor. I don't understand why he's a Gryffindor.
That's why.
That's wild to think about.
Yeah.
There's nothing consistent about that whatsoever.
No, all the Marauders are Gryffindors, so I don't understand that.
Yeah, I can see it for the other 3. Well, Sirius is questionable. I can still see it,
but yeah. So that's one, and it doesn't really make a difference on anything. But the other one, my biggest issue is he vanishes. He gets knocked out in the Malfoy Manor cellar, and then he's gone.
We never
see him again. He's not at the Battle of Hogwarts. He's not at the hill with all the Death Eaters and Voldemort. Could you imagine if Voldemort killed him instead of that random minister stand-in guy?
It would give him a better ending.
That'd be yes. That'd
but
be something.
No, he just disappears, never come back again for no reason. And I think that's his biggest nick.
You're solidifying my C here. I think he does that. He definitely drops the fuck off. And it's because he plays such an integral role with Sirius Black and therefore Harry Potter indirectly in Prisoner of Azkaban, to see that drop off is a problem. And Harry should hate him for Cedric Diggory almost not quite as much as he hates Bella for Sirius Black. But there's none of that in the manor of the Malfoy Manor. Like, there's no, looking at him and just thinking about it.
Or trying to lunge at him because Harry's pretty impulsive.
Harry's impulsive, which is a problem.
But I do feel the role he plays in Prisoner of Azkaban is well done, and his part in Goblet of Fire is also solid.
Even if it's minor, it is solid. Yeah.
So I think that's enough for me to maintain my B, but I will admit it's a low B.
I feel like wishing upon what's not present. We've already touched with characters. That hasn't solidified the use. I think it's what's given that's in there.
Yeah.
So him not being at the end is a situation, I think, on the movie, not for him.
Yeah,
unless it was stated.
His character would be there, though. So it does play into character. They didn't give a reason why he wouldn't be there as a character, but right hand of Voldemort.
He would. He would
Voldemort.
Be present,
he would be there.
But there's no reason as to why he's
that
not.
So that does fall into character, and not just the movie didn't throw him in there because they needed to give a reason why he wasn't there.
Yeah,
then.
like a line. Like
so.
See, if I think a line used as a reason why could either really make it better or worse on him. Like if it was said like, where is Peter? And it's like, oh, he's dead, or something like that. It's like, oh, that's something. But if it's like, oh, we don't know where he is, to bring it up, then I feel like that cements more that he's chosen not to be present. But the fact that
Voldemort's like,
it's not said at all,
Nagini ate him when he was scurrying
I'm
away.
like, I don't think that's a full weight we can put onto Pettigrew. That's the situation of the world or writing or for him.
It's still a character issue, but I know what you're trying to say, Springs. Yeah.
Low B for me. And you said B, right, Springs?
I said B.
Yeah, that ends with that averages out to B.
Because his Prisoner of Azkaban thing with Sirius and Remus, just like talking about Lily and James, I think is really good.
Yeah, there's like I said, he's got a lot of great scenes, and I'm okay with him being a B. I'm not. I have him on C in my head, but like I said, I'm not married to the idea. So B, if we're cool with averaging that out to B.
Okay, we're now in the final stretch of the last 10.
Woo! Am I next?
I believe so.
Petunia Dursley.
Lily's sister.
I'm gonna tell mommy.
D. The reason for this is because she's pretty much there is at no point is she ever a sympathetic character until her last scene in Deathly Hallows. It's like, oh, you're not the only one. You didn't just lose a mother last night. I lost a sister. And I'm like, where was this? You called her a freak, like in movies ago. And so even this, I'm hesitant to give her a D for because it's an inconsistency with what came before. It is nice to see her have a sympathetic, like she's never wanted to move away from the house, and the fact that she has to move because of everything that's going on. It adds at least a little bit of gray to what her character would be. But I'm at a D for Petunia. I put a lot of the Harry Potter's life bad stuff, the reason behind that, more on her husband.
Yeah, Vernon and Dudley, I think, were
the
bigger components to his misery. I also have her in D for similar reasons that you put. She's just the least impactful of the three Dursleys.
And like I said, I have the inconsistency with her one scene in like she's trying to be sympathetic, which is a problem.
Yeah, at the lighthouse, she does call her a freak. Her child flashback calls her a freak. So it seems to be a consistent trait that she believes her sister to be a freak. So D's fine for me.
Okay.
Springs.
Yeah, I'm fine with D. I have her listed as a C, but I think a D's fitting for Petunia. I think I just had her at that point because of her connection to Lily. But and how she kind of demonstrates that onto Harry that Vernon and Dudley don't have, which I think got her to me above in how I categorized her opposed to those two, but I'm still fine with the D. It's within my margin.
Yeah, I guess that makes you, Crimson, your own next.
Yeah. Quirinius Quirrell. Did they say his name in the movie? His full name?
I don't think they ever say his first name.
No. Professor Quirrell. He's interesting. I think he might be my least favorite bad guy in the movies. Running it through my head. Yeah, he's the least memorable as well. When you think of the Harry Potter bad guys, Quirrell is like never really mentioned. Got Bellatrix, Voldemort, and all them. Quirrell, he's always forgettable. Doesn't leave much of a mark. I think the fact that they were trying to make him a secret bad guy kind of lowered his character because he doesn't have much of one. He's just the bumbling, stuttering guy. But other than that, he doesn't have anything. How did he get Voldemort on the back of his head? How did that all start? Who knows? So I got him at a C, but I could probably lower him if convinced.
C, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because Voldemort's back of his head is not Quirrell. So.
I have Quirrell on par with Fleur Delacour. So Quirrell's my second F.
Okay.
Bumbling fool. The only funny thing I think is Troll in the Dungeon and he faints. Everything else of that feels like a worse lackey than Peter Pettigrew. And he has a real 180 of at the mirror being really angry and then to Potter, but I don't know if that's really, like, how much is Voldemort channeling through him? Like, is Voldemort getting stronger being a part of him? There's a bunch of stuff we don't know of how him and Voldemort even came to be to begin with. And I think
Well,
Voldemort's...
he did imply the stuttering was a play.
Yeah.
Yeah, he starts speaking normally after the mask is gone.
It's a play just to look foolish?
He's trying to hide the fact that he's carrying around the Dark Lord.
Yeah.
It's still problematic.
But I don't know why you have to stutter for that. Like, that makes it a little more... You stand out more.
So you don't stand out as a threat. You stand out as a... whatever.
Yeah, I just...
Stand out as something.
I have him as an F. He doesn't know what the stone does. He just wants it because it's what Voldemort does. And he goes, what's happening to me? It's like, you didn't know. You didn't study. You didn't... I feel like he should have been more the brains for Voldemort to help Voldemort. And he seems confused. He seems he's played far more into his bumbling idiot role.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what Harry did there, because Dumbledore's explanation of love is not an answer.
That happens a couple friendship times. Took out Voldemort trying to take over Harry, which I guess is love in that instance. Maybe that's how it happened with Quirrell. A sandstorm.
That works a little bit better because that's more of a mental battle. And he had lots of training.
He trained with Occlumency.
So. Yeah. There was a lot more going into that.
So we got Quirrell. C and F.
Yeah.
And again, this is Quirrell. I don't have the Voldemort attached connection thing. It's just him.
Yeah, it's a different Voldemort.
I think I'm at a D. Not to just split the middle between you guys. I'm thinking about Quirrell, and I think he's part of the reason I don't like Sorcerer's Stone as much as I used to. He's not a great villain, as you put Sprinks, in that sense of he's a worse lackey than Peter Pettigrew.
Like, he feels like a villain only in the last scene he's in.
Yeah, which is fine, but it's just there's not much to him. One of the things I do enjoy about him that elevates him above an F for me is you can see, like, when it's revealed that he's the villain. If you rewatch the film, you can see him in the background behind Professor Snape, also casting a curse on Harry's broom. It's stuff like that I think elevates him above an F for me. So there is groundwork, but
yeah, but a thing I don't know about Quirrell, did he always have a turban? Like, did Voldemort choose him because he's like, oh, I could be hidden on him? Or did he put on a turban because of it? Because then that's another thing to stand out. It's like, why are you wearing that now?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that.
Well, we also don't know if it's his first year being Defense Against the Dark Arts.
It's a lot of questions don't know.
Given how fast they go through Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers, I'm fine with it believing it's his first year at Hogwarts. Yeah.
That's maybe my favorite cliche in Harry Potter.
It's definitely a funny and hilarious cliche. So yeah, I'm at a D.
All right, I'm fine lowering to a D.
That averages it out.
Speaking of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Springs.
Oh, am I next?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Remus Lupin. My favorite
good boy.
Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. He's an A for me.
I'm gonna air high five you for that. Yeah. Best Defense
I
Against the Dark
love
teacher ever had.
Lupin. And to me, Lupin is more the father figure than Arthur that I see for Harry.
I mean, they're both father figures.
They both fill different parts
I think it's because, I mean, even still for Sirius as well, I think Remus and Lupin knowing James far more than Arthur helped that for Harry.
Yeah,
Did you say Remus and Lupin?
Did I say that? I meant Remus
Yes,
and
you
did.
Seamus. Oops.
um, so yeah, I can agree with that. His seems more of a gentle touch educational. Like he respects Harry and loves Harry because he misses those members of the Order. And I think Arthur brings a lot of the more family dynamic aspect that Lupin can't to Harry. So they contribute in their own ways to like fatherhood and stuff for Harry. Um, yeah. Funny thing about Remus Lupin, I was bouncing between an S and an A for him since I found his name on this list. Because there is absolutely a compelling argument to put him up in an S, but I think I'm also at an A. Amazing character from start to finish. Um, the only thing I wish there was a little bit more on is probably more thought from his werewolfisms because it doesn't really come up after here. Or I would like to see it come in use maybe when fighting Death Eaters, possibly that sort of thing.
But I still like that with an
that's
animagus who's actually afraid to turn.
yeah,
Because the other ones do it willy nilly, or when they choose
yeah,
to. Even McGonagall.
yeah. So I again, that's a wishful thinking. That's what I would want from him. But solid A, great character from beginning to end, and his love story plays into the tragedy of Deathly Hallows Part 2, and part of Harry's reasoning as to why he's going to go out into the forest because he sees their bodies. Um, and man, the when Tonks shows up, she's like, my baby boy is going to be fine. I'm you the one that needs me tonight. And then his final conversation with Harry before he goes off to quote unquote die to Voldemort, and he's like, someone else will tell our son what his parents died for. He's a man committed to the cause in all the most respectful ways. Like he's willing to stand up to the dark forces, outnumbered and outgunned no matter what. And I can say that for all of them, but he becomes a bit of the ringleader in absence for Mad Eye Moody. And he's
got
great.
He's got the Captain America situation.
Yes, he does.
That explains it. Crimson, thoughts?
Yeah, he's an easy yes.
Oh, hell yes.
You wanted me to talk somebody up to an S before.
Yeah, please talk me into it.
I can do that with Remus. I can't think of negatives with him really. I mean, even the werewolf part not really coming into play later. They do reference it in, is it Half-Blood Prince at the Weasley house?
Yeah, they
or maybe it was, yeah, if he's taking his potions and whatnot. So I like that they keep up with it. It's not just forgotten. It's referenced at least. Yeah, another father to Harry, because he does have like 3, and then he's got Grandpa Dumbledore. So who knows? Maybe he'll consider Snape a father after everything. So
named his kid after him.
Yeah. All of his dads, almost all of them die. Arthur's the only one left. Poor Harry. Yeah, I just can't think of anything bad about him. He's very encouraging towards Harry with the Marauders map, saving him from Snape, encouraging him on the bridge and helping him with the Patronus stuff.
Oh man, I forgot about that. How could I forget about that?
It's great.
I don't know. It's all so solid.
I love the detail about the chocolate.
Okay. Ryder, it's headcanon.
No, stop. Ryder, did you pick up why he has chocolate?
Stop saying it's confirmed.
I'm confirming it. Do you know why he has chocolate?
Both times?
Why does Lupin carry around chocolate to eat?
He turns into a dog.
Bingo. Ryder got it. Ryder picked it up. I love that detail.
I don't know werewolves' physiology, but that's cool. I like that in the sense that it might be like the last resort. Yeah.
To keep it back.
Yeah, it's also not enough chocolate to kill a dog. So
no, but it's just not to kill. It could kill him.
Well, then what's the point you're making?
Suppress it.
Suppress it. It comes out of moonlight.
Listen, Springs. I'm still chopping that to headcanon, but it is a very cool headcanon.
Anyway, I'm not
and
fighting. I'm not fighting for an A. Like an S is cool.
No, we got
Yeah.
2 S's, and writer seems pretty comfortable
I'm
with
totally
the S being the
fine.
result there.
Yeah, I'm going with another S. I'm
Hell
going with an
yeah.
S. I've loved Remus Lupin a lot.
He also has the window through the past song with him and Harry.
Yeah, and he's just great. I just like he makes Defense Against Dark Arts so much fun. Like the
Oh, the
whole
Bogart? What a great
yeah,
scene! Great scene.
yeah.
And the
He's
camera
like
work through the mirror, wonderful.
yeah, it's great.
Ridiculous.
The only sad thing is the rest of the class didn't get to participate. That's the only
Yeah, he
thing.
cut it short.
But yeah, but it's still great. I love that because if that's your Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher,
But that's like
you know,
that's like class to begin with in school. You only have a set amount of
yeah,
time. You got to teach the lesson, then you do the lab.
yep,
Not
it's
everyone goes
great.
through the lab. Maybe next time, maybe not.
Yeah. Anyways, S. Yes, Remus Lupin.
Wonderful. Happy to hear that. That one actually makes me really happy. No one was like a D or something on him.
That'd be insane. I wouldn't want to meet a person who had that as.
So people out there probably say F. I'm sure it's
yeah.
out there.
Yeah, if it's out there, just know, red flag, avoid them.
Yes.
They don't like Remus Lupin. Abandon all you hope who enter here.
Writers up.
All right, the next one is small character. Ronald Weasley.
I like how each of us got one of the 3.
Yeah.
Totally not
That
planned.
worked out pretty
No,
well.
alphabetical just worked that way.
Let's see. Ronald Weasley. He helps play into the comedic relief, I think, in the earlier films. Then he becomes kind of grows into sort of the rock of the group.
Drama queen.
Yes. Drama queen, but he's also still the rock of the group, the emotional kind of heart of the group, because he keeps Harry grounded, he keeps Hermione grounded. He's the one that he talks Harry out of going off on his own. I think they're pretty solid character. I think the maybe a little too petty and drama at times, and I think that's what keeps him out of S tier, unfortunately. Solid A though for Mr. Ronald Weasley.
So wait, you going with S or A?
I said A.
A, okay. I thought you said S tier, solid A, so I didn't.
I said no, prevented from getting into S tier.
Prevented from. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Ronald Weasley, a character that I could not see being with Dumbledore or McGonagall or anything. So I've had him at a B. He has moments that annoy me. Half-Blood Prince, as stated, probably my least favorite. Bounce between that and Part 1, which is another part where I don't like Ron. Part 1, I don't like him. Even with the excuse of the locket, he's not always wearing it. The light coming out of I forgot what Dumbledore's invention was called, but the light thing where he finds Harry. Yeah, the Illuminator. I didn't like that with him. It's like cheesy nonsense. Don't like it. The whole romance with Lavender and drama with Hermione. Didn't like. So a lot of his stuff I didn't really care for towards the ends. And I do like how he was smart on Part 2, and Hermione acknowledges he's been listening and stuff. But I wished more of that was sprinkled out throughout the movies. It kind of just feels like a lot of the book people complained how Hermione got a lot of Ron's stuff in the movies. So they're like, all right, here's some Ron. Here's some book Ron for you. Just in the last movie. So I just feel like he was not good for me. 4. F4.
4.
B. I don't know why that came out of my mouth. B.
Oh, crud. Crimson gave really good points. might be lean more B than A. Because I have him as A because I'm like, Harry and Ron, it's, they're both A's and Hermione's above them. But man, does Ron kind of fall off in the last couple movies.
But man, is it justified?
Not for Deathly Hallows Part 1. That was just dumb. Him keeping the locket is on. That was just there for the story and situation to go on. It's like, really pass it along. They see what's happening. Harry fought back because he's had the locket. Hermione should have had the locket or something. Like,
I put that on them though because the locket's the one that makes him out of character, quote unquote.
yeah, but
In the same way that the one ring from Lord of the Rings corrupts people.
I mean, still, but yeah. But Sam recognizes that and still brings Frodo along, like, understandable, and says, I'll share the load. Hermione and Harry don't fully do that for Ron.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's more on their fault than it is Ron's. Like, yeah. I'm still an A for Ron. Because they get some exchanges more than just I think what you're thinking about, Crimson, because someone calls Ron brilliant in Order of the Phoenix, and then Hermione gives him an odd look. He's like, "Yeah, I listen." So there are some indications for that more than just
The locket, Horcrux, a hex, like, on his mind. Nothing's really pulling him to be, well, I guess just ego. Like, he's big Quidditch guy now and got a girlfriend to be kind of against Hermione and, like, Half-Blood Prince. But that's just him being dumb.
He's just never been popular.
Yeah.
That's why I think he just kind of gives into it. Because he's next to Harry Potter, who's very popular, but he himself has never been that. So that's something everyone has to wrestle with, kind of.
Looking at what the lists we have of who's in A and who's in B.
The way he treated Harry in Goblet of Fire was also annoying.
Yeah,
Jealous
that to me was
there.
the weirdest part about Ron's. He just kind of straight up blames him. But like I said, everything else beyond that, there is reason behind it. I can see the justifications for it. That one was the only one that felt off to me when he was against Harry because he thought Harry put his name in the Goblet of Fire without telling him. That was his big stickling point.
Okay, I'm gonna put Ron in A. So the average of the A. Because my margins were really A or B.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have S or C listed for Ron in my book or notes.
Yeah, that's fair. I didn't have meta S here or S or C either. It was A or B for Ron.
Yeah, I'll have him as A.
In my head,
my original thought. Ron and Harry, much like Fred and George, but Hermione's above both.
Okay. I'm not really happy that Ron and Harry are on the same level.
I'm really like very low A, high B of Ron, I'll say.
Oh, you can move them at the end, Crimson, if you feel so passionately about it.
I mean, for you.
I mean, I have a list right now of potential changes because
Yeah.
I know I'd forget. So.
Add them to your list, sir.
And that Ron was from writer?
Yeah.
Yes.
Up next, we have the one and only Rubeus Hagrid. The beastly man himself.
The giant.
The giant.
Or half giant, I guess.
The man who can't spell but has a heart of gold. And he was a pretty easy A for me. He's consistent throughout the whole series, I think. I don't think there's any parts that he really stands out. Maybe you could argue why is he so secretive in Chamber of Secrets, but that's more for the plot, I think, and less of him. But overall, he's consistent. It would be nice if he was more in Deathly Hallows Part 2.
Oh, he just pops up.
Oh, he just pops up tied up in the forest. Because the last time we see him from that was
wedding.
When was that?
Deathly Hallows Part 1. He's at the wedding with the tall lady.
Yeah. That was it. So, a bit of an absence of him without really any explanation. He's part of the Order, right? So,
Um, I don't know if he's like
I
a.
don't know.
Well, yeah, he works with them. I'm gonna go with yes because remember
yeah,
he's the one who flies Harry out with everybody and Mad Eye
yeah,
Moody
so
and
he's
stuff
part
at
of
the
the
beginning.
Order.
Yeah, I brought you to Boot
So,
Drive. I'll take you away.
so it's a little odd that he just disappears from all that. But I don't know where I would have put him in part one or anything past the wedding. So yeah, he's enjoyable. I like his scenes. His interactions with the kids are good, and he doesn't have much interaction with others too much. I don't think he needs to. So
Yeah,
hey,
Springs.
Well, I have Ruby's Hagrid as an S. I absolutely love Hagrid. I love how smart he is. He knows when they're in his house, under the
I should not
invisible
have said
clock
that.
chamber thing.
Genius.
I love how even like the first is like, yes, you shouldn't have said that. Like they got like he just rambled because no one really talks to him. I guess. Um, Hagrid really feels like that bus driver of school, like this,
That's
always
true.
around students, but the students go to the like to talk. Feel, which is something I had in high school and elementary school and middle school. Um, but anywho, I just love Hagrid. I think he's very funny. He's very warm, lighthearted. Always there for the main three. Um, I don't think I see any problems with him. Like it's just who he is to say things, but it's like does it get to the point where he's saying things on purpose? Um, for philosopher or sorcerer stone, I'm gonna say no. That's all accidental.
No, he is not a master tactician or anything.
No, but with Aragog and the funeral in Half Blood Prince, I like all that. Um, the whole just his relationship to Buck being a professor and how enthusiastic and
Excited he
jolly,
is.
yeah, jolly about it. Uh, yeah, and even his romance with the tall lady, how it's just so starstruck by her, like he's putting a fork in Flitwick, and they're just in their hallway having a conversation. He has a fascination with dragons, which is nice. I like the whole Charlie bit. I mean, just the dragon because of Charlie, but then the Hungarian Horntail later with Hagrid. Um, so that's a nice connection, and just yeah, I think he's for me a good S. Hopefully not an A, but could go A.
Um, I'm at an A, and I will tell you for why. Because I agree with everything you said. He just does one thing that really, really bothers me when it happens. He plays the Harry Potter theme music in universe.
He does not. Where?
Yes, he does. Chamber of
Yeah, he
Secrets.
does. Outside
On his
his
flute?
bed.
Yep,
That's
he plays it on his flute. He plays the Harry Potter theme in universe. I fucking hate it. That is the only flaw I have for him, and it keeps him out of S for me because it annoys the
why
fuck
does it
out of
come
me
out of
whenever that
him?
happens.
That's the biggest problem I have with the Solo movie.
Yep, yep.
Knife in the
Ruby's
heart,
Hagrid.
writer. Oh no.
It's a C now.
I'm so
I mean,
sorry,
it really
man. I'm
sucks.
so sorry.
I think that ruins. Okay, not ruined. Come on, Springs. Gosh, man, Chamber of Secrets definitely dropped now for me, but the fact that's out of Hagrid, that's fault of the world. But then that's his knowledge in world that they've given, which is it's complicated. It's
I'm so
complicated. Is it
sorry,
his
man.
fault? It's the movie's fault. It could be even John Williams' fault in some aspects. Ooh, and I'm sorry for those who are like, "Don't you dare touch John." I'm sorry. That's the best point you can make, writer. I think for me.
I'm so sorry. Like I agree with everything you said. He is amazing, wonderful, perfect in every way.
But
Except he does the one fucking thing
I mean,
I
yes,
hate.
but I'm still keeping it as an S because that's knowledge of him he doesn't know. That's the movie situation, not the character situation.
It's a song he knows.
I mean, he's a genius.
It's their choice to give it to him.
He's so smart. He broke the fourth wall and played the theme.
That's a big stretch, Crimson.
You said he was smart, so I'm just playing.
Yeah,
with
but
what you
fourth
said.
wall breaking, no.
Even though he told the secret to how to put his dog to sleep that protects a super valuable item, he keeps spilling secrets to children. I wouldn't call Hagrid smart. He can't even smell.
You can keep him at an S, Sprinks,
I'm
but
keeping it at
unfortunately,
an
my
S.
vote's gonna average.
Yeah, that's the biggest pitch you can give me. That was great.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
2 A's for Hagrid.
No, it hurts. It hurts Chamber of Secrets is what you did, which is fair, very fair move you just did. But to me, it doesn't fully hurt Hagrid.
Yeah, I'm not moving to an S.
Oh, you're on an A? I didn't even hear your answer of where you put Hagrid.
Well, yeah, I was the one that said Hagrid and gave him
Oops.
an A.
Sorry, I was so fixated on this musical bit.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, we got 2 A's for Hagrid. You're up, Sprinks.
Oh, great. I'm up with this one.
Yes, you are, sir. How are you going to follow it up?
Severus Snape? I'll tell you how I'll follow it up with Severus Snape. Severus Snape is an S.
What?
Out of every character on my list,
That's
Snape was the easiest and highest one I have. Like, he's above Hagrid for me, and he is above... Who was my other S? Was it Hermione?
Hermione.
Yeah. Hermione.
Lupin.
Yeah, I had him above
Hermione and Lupin are only S's right now.
Well, what we have, I mean, in my notes. Like, the first S I had in my head out of these 50 was Snape.
Okay.
I'll save you the argument, Crimson. Yeah, he's an S.
Oh, well. Glad. I was going to say S too.
Oh.
Woo! Yeah, easiest one.
Scaring me. Woo!
All right. Okay.
The thing about the highest S on my sheet, that's just for me. I don't know if he's the highest S for you two. But
I don't have a sheet. But he was an easy S for me from the get-go. First character thought of. And I think I'll summarize it really quickly for the audience. Spoilers for Harry Potter. Severus Snape.
We're 4+ hours in.
Yeah, I know. Severus Snape is a textbook usage of a character. And to put it in one word, his entire character is about recontextualization. You can see him as one way for the entire movie, your entire first run of the films. And when the turn happens and you see who he is, it recontextualizes everything that came before. In the same way, the only comparable person to Severus Snape for me as a character that I can easily make is probably to everyone's favorite Son of Gondor from Fellowship of the Ring to the Two Towers. There is a single scene in Two Towers that will recontextualize Boromir if you walked away disliking him in the first film, which I wouldn't begrudge you for doing that. That should be flipped on a dime once you reach a certain point in the next film. That's pretty much what happens with Severus Snape. You see him in a very specific light. You see him as either an antagonist or someone who just simply doesn't like Harry Potter. And that is flipped on its head in the best way possible. He was, in the end, the most loyal person and had the most difficult and hardest job of all the characters on this list.
I think in the works of fiction, he might be my favorite double agent I've ever seen.
When he's in the Spy Museum.
Really?
Yeah, he's in the real life Spy Museum.
Man, I regret not visiting that.
Awesome.
That's cool. Good for him. He did his fucking job.
Yeah.
Also, just big round of applause to Alan Rickman. May you rest I mean,
I'm just glad he was told from the get-go that
yes,
he was
from the
going
first
to have
movie.
The twist.
Yes. That's
it helps.
Again, it helps his portrayal so much because he's one of those actors you can see the inner monologue in his acting and in his eyes. You can see what he's thinking in his head, and once you get the recontextualization, it only adds to it. Alan Rickman does a
It's
fucking
certainly
amazing job.
it's certainly a situation of the movies where once you get that story in the end of his memory, it's like, wow, that's what he did it for. You go back to the first movie, you can see it. It's not something like it happened in the fourth movie that it kind of started developing it or something. You can see the beginning. It's he he's the
From the
part
get-go.
he is the character of like Prestige in the Harry Potter for me. Like you can go back and rewatch the movie completely changed of him with the knowledge you get at the end. I love it.
agree.
Yeah,
What's
he's pretty
what's not to
amazing.
say? Yeah. You first,
Oh,
Crimson. You first.
yeah, it's so I rarely tear up or cry in movies, and when I do, it's usually just a tear. I cried. I cried with the whole, not his death, but the whole flashback at the pensive.
Always.
Always. Uh, and it took me a lot of watching that to eventually not tear up to it. Now I can watch it without tearing up, but it took a lot of watches for that to happen. It's just so well executed, and yeah, the way it makes you rethink the whole movie is awesome. Or franchise.
I
Yeah.
guess Crimson with that, is that the strongest romance in Harry Potter?
Strongest simping maybe.
Whew, all right.
Right out of you, I didn't realize you could say.
I know, but it's very applicable because
It's
Lily
applicable.
did not
Yes.
return anything
yeah.
to him. So very
Yeah,
one-sided.
just quickly gonna give a quick roundup here. Cerberus Snape looking out for Harry Potter, muttering a counter curse, but great. Teaches the Defense Against the Dark Art class about werewolves and Prisoner of Azkaban because Professor Lupin's going to be a problem. He did it, and it saved their lives because he's doing his job. And it's the little things like that throughout the entire franchise that add up and culminate into one of, I think this is JK's best character, and it is one of the best characters in fiction.
I know it's not possible, but if I could, I'd put Snape on a tier above Remus and Hermione if we have like an S plus. Like if I could, I can. We don't have that, but if I like at the end could move, it's definitely a thought.
I get that. Well, that was an easy one.
Easy yes.
We just had a lot of praise for it.
Yes.
I'm next. So, Sirius Black.
Ooh.
Betrayed by the wonderful Gary Oldman.
True.
The chameleon we mentioned earlier.
Speaking of chameleon that we mentioned earlier, here he is. I always forget that it's Gary Oldman playing him. He was an interesting character for me growing up. Because Prisoner of Azkaban was my favorite movie. It never really quite sunk in for me that he was Harry's extended family until I rewatched all the films. Not this recent one rewatch, but like an earlier one. I think he does a great job with on-screen time that he has. One of the things that, spoiler alert, he dies. One of the things that I actually have come around to liking is just how quick his death is. I used to hate that as a kid because I wanted more reaction from the characters, but I realized that it feels more real because it happened so quickly.
And the silence is wonderful usage.
Yeah, the way the uplifting music just cuts is pretty great. We get the line before it, which is "Great job, James," or "Great work, James," because he feels like he's fighting, with his best friend again. Yeah.
I mean, Remus is there too. He's the one who holds Harry back.
Yep. And it's his ending is bloody brilliant. And his introduction is one of my favorite Harry Potter movies. So, solid A for me on Sirius Black. I wish there was more time with him.
Crimson, you want to jump next or myself?
Oh, I will. Another easy S. Back-to-back S's for me. Sirius Black is amazing. I love how he imprinted with Harry, kind of getting this James connection with him, because you feel bad for Sirius Black. He's gone through a lot. He's been falsely accused of the murder of his best friend, and has been on the run for years. And he was never guilty. He had to sacrifice all of his friendships and all that just to stay on the run. Been locked up for a period of time, and it's just a tragic story. Him showing Harry the photo of the old order, and then talking about Neville's parents and everything, and you can just see how much of his life has been taken from him. And the moment of his death, like the Snape pensive moment, took a lot of watches to stop tearing up over, because that one hit hard because it was so out of the blue. Such a high action moment. Was not expecting it. And he's just a great father figure for him. I loved his whole talk with him about moving in, and I guess to kind of, well, yeah, the moving in talk, and then the family tree talk in the bedroom or whatever that was. So all solid scenes, easy as.
Okay. Well, Crimson, this might be another candidate on your moving list because I have him as a solid A. I wish there was more time of him. He's only in 3 films, and I guess the 4th one he's barely in. But I really do like Sirius. The thing that gets me a little is his introduction is a mad, crazed loon. That he does play mad, crazed loon, but then it's like a real, like
180.
in the Shrieking Shack, he's a crazed guy. When they're carrying Ron out through the Whomping Willow, and then they're looking out at Hogwarts, he's sophisticated. Like he's okay now. And I don't know if that's out of comfort, out of him and Remus taking out Pettigrew. It just seems like that's a big switch. I think it's comfort, maybe. I guess. I really like him.
He had
Prisoner
12
of Azkaban.
years. Sorry, he had 12
yeah.
years to think about it, and he finally got his goal achieved. So
big relief.
I don't know. Yeah.
Love Gary Oldman's portrayal. What we have, I think, is great. I don't understand the thing he dies at. That's just a thing I don't get fully. Like, why does it take the whole physical body?
The arch.
Yeah,
I don't know what that is.
That I don't know. But that's
magical object.
That's world thing, not him. I like that he's so in the moment, like confused, like Harry for James during that fight in Order of Phoenix. I don't know if that lowers his guard to get hit. That I'm unsure of, because I'm sure if he was focused, it wouldn't have happened.
Well, they were fighting Lucius, and then Bellatrix just sniped him.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, it's still a solid, great A.
Well, again, I listed a bunch of my positives.
Yeah, the fire aspect, like, I mean, is it Goblet of Fire the good fire? I mean, again, I know it's the movie situation.
Order of the Phoenix was the bad one.
Yeah, Order of the Phoenix sucked. Yeah. I don't know why they did that.
It's very weird.
The projection.
Yeah.
So, are you both stuck on A? Or did I sway?
You can sway me. I love Sirius Black.
Like I'm okay if he's in S. It's just I have him as a solid A.
Yeah, I got him down as a solid A because I think Crimson.
I'll say
Springs kind of touched on.
I'm more happy if Remus is like an S than Sirius, like a situation thing.
I will say Springs kind of, I like my pretty much the only minor / issues that I have with him that I think drag him down from being an S are there's a bit of an inconsistency in Prisoner of Azkaban, as much as I love that movie, about how he acts. You could definitely see it as relief, but that's not how to. It's a very big leap for your audience, pretty much, to make from playing that crazed lunatic to suddenly being okay.
Also, his first interaction with Harry.
Yeah, he's like, he would be better at talking. He had plenty of years to think about it.
He interacted with him at the train, or bus.
Yeah, sure.
If we want to call that interaction, sure.
He barked at him.
Yeah, howled at him. I do like that though. He's watching over Harry even then.
Oh yeah, he's in his
Yeah.
teacup.
But yeah,
Okay, I got
feel
what
free
you're
to talk me into S. You can do it. I
The
believe you.
grim. No, I everything I said positive is what I said. I don't have much more to add. So
I mean,
if
it's
that
good.
didn't sway, yeah,
It could be.
we're at an A.
It could be a candidate move, but I think A's still fine where he is.
A's fine. I wasn't expecting to have all my S's B and S, but I did think Sirius would be a consensus one, so that was a little surprising.
I mean, this is still me personally. I like Remus more than Sirius. I don't know if that helps. I mean,
We have more time with Remus. That's kind of why I think we get. That's why Remus is an S for you. I'm assuming is we just get more time with him.
yeah, that's a good part of it. I'm also a little sucker for werewolves, like werewolves versus vampires. I'm always team werewolves.
Well, at least we know you'll be Team Jacob if we ever cover Twilight.
Absolutely, I'm so down with Edward. I'm sorry, big Team Jacob guy.
Yeah, Sprinks loves the men that love babies.
You imprinted on my daughter. Yeah.
All right. I would be up next, going with Sybil Trelawney, and it's another teacher that's present, and she only really has a role in Prisoner of Azkaban. She shows up in Order of the Phoenix.
Oh, she's divination.
Yeah. And part 2. So she does show up. She's there, but she doesn't have much impact on our characters or the plot too much. She references the Grim and stuff, but it's very surface level stuff. So I gave her a B because she fulfills her place, but that's it. She's not much.
Yeah.
Blabble blabble blabble.
That results to a B for you? Fits her place B?
I mean, she's still a good character for what she is.
Yeah, but wow, it just shows the difference in our lists. Because I'm like same.
Yours is time based.
Well, no, I'm in the same
barely
agreement.
here.
She fits her role fine. D.
Yeah, that's because she doesn't have enough time to do anything, and yeah.
The best part about her is just like Emma Thompson's cast her. Like she plays it really great.
Okay, all right. She is there to show off more of Umbridge's cruelty. Because remember, Umbridge pretty much kicks her out of her home
in Phoenix, yes,
and wants her banished off of the grounds in Order of the Phoenix. I think
this is my home.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very powerful scene for her. I quite like that Hermione doesn't believe in her teachings whatsoever. It's kind of it's funny. And she
pseudo magic.
Yeah, she is clearly capable of some divination, as we see. But it's very much like if you have it, you have it. I'm fine enough with all of you guys. I'm kind of at a C. She serves her role, but she has some important impact for other characters.
Okay. That's fine. I'm fine lowering it to a C.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't a strong B.
All right, Sprinks.
Sprinks, you get the exciting one.
Great, yeah, sure, yeah, Tom Riddle, woo, which consists of all young, with nose Voldemorts. So Chamber of Secrets, Half-Blood Prince, and
creepy child flashbacks.
Yeah, what's the one with the orphanage? Is that Deathly Hallows part?
That's Half-Blood.
That's still Half-Blood?
Right.
Yeah, no. I think it's either Order or Half-Blood.
Yeah, that's Half-Blood.
Those 3 renditions.
Yeah. And Quirrell Voldemort did have a nose, but he's not counting.
Oh yeah,
Vox,
I
maybe?
guess I pitch. I have him as like a D. Like it's really taken the two holes away from the same character, which weakens both. So just him as a student who's just curious. That's kind of all I have. Dumbledore sees presence in him, but this is absolutely no Obi-Wan, Anakin, I see potential in you, change to the dark side situation.
Fairly close to you. Fairly close to you. I'm at a C. Um, the reason for that is because uh, we do have to distinguish between what's real Tom Riddle and what's fake Tom Riddle. He's clearly capable of manipulating what Harry sees when he shows off the memories about Hagrid being the one who opens the Chamber of Secrets. That's a that's supposed to be a fake memory. Hagrid is being blamed for it, and that's Tom Riddle manipulating Harry into thinking it's Hagrid. Um, there is the aspects of the him being a curious child and the evil child or whatever in the orphanage. And then there's also the scene with oh, I'm gonna forget his fucking name. Let me just scroll up here on our list.
Slughorn?
Slughorn?
Slughorn. Yeah, the Slughorn memory is important for the Horcruxes, but we get to see, I guess, the odd manipulating, already planning ahead character that is Tom Riddle. Um, Again, divorced from Lord Voldemort, it's going to be hard to move me above a C. And Springs is more than capable of talking me down to a D. It's definitely a lot missing for him being an antagonist because the best we get of him, of Tom Riddle, I think, is in the Chamber of Secrets.
Agreed.
Yeah, for me, I also gave a C because I do think there's a bit more here, especially with the Slughorn version of him showing that he actually is planning on being a negative force. I don't think he was expecting to be Lord Voldemort, but he was certainly planning out his life there with the Horcrux hunting and the little one with Dumbledore, where the cabinet catches on fire and stuff. Even he is somewhat self-aware, even though he's detached from the magical world at that point. So he's got enough there for his characters, I think, to warrant a C out of a D. Because a lot of our D characters are pretty flat, as I referenced earlier, which is why I didn't agree with Cryptbook being there. But I think this C's good.
Okay. Guess a C works.
All right. That
For me, a
works
C
me
works
up.
because he's below Voldemort still.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, if they were together, I'd probably put him in an A. It's just, but without it, I guess that works me around to Vernon Dursley. Vernon Dursley.
Yeah.
If I'm saying that right. Yeah. I keep wanting to say Dudley, but that's wrong.
That's
the son.
Yeah. It's weird they have different last names. Okay.
What?
No,
Dudley and Vernon? They're both Dursley.
It's Dudley Dursley. Double D.
Sorry, it's been a while. Uh, okay, Vernon Dursley. He's the other antagonistic force in Harry Potter's life. Where did we put Dudley
You
again?
put between. Oh, I don't know. I don't remember where we put
Dudley is in a C. Petunia is in a D.
The D.
Yeah. Okay. I'm probably gonna match my vote for Dudley. I want to put him in C with his son. They're both the antagonistic forces that make Harry's life miserable.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm a C already to begin with, so yeah, sure.
I was starting at a B, but I'm fine going with a C because it's the same headspace as Ryder. They're both the negative force in Harry's life at this point. And he is more active than Dudley, like the bars on the window,
letter
to
scene.
locking up the door, the letters. So he is more of a definitive presence against Harry, but
It
I
adds
don't
to
think
the
enough
whimsy
to
of the
raise
earlier
him.
films. Yeah.
Yeah, not enough to raise him a tier, but I do think he's above Dudley.
He also has one of the lines I think I quote a lot. Actually, I think Crimson and I both quote it a lot.
Which one?
The one with him with the ice cream.
Jeff.
There you go. you barely cut out.
Oh,
Justice.
perfect. Justice.
But yeah, a C works.
He's fine. All right, I'm glad we saved the best for last.
Oh, is it
I've
best
been
for last?
waiting
It's the
for
last
this
one.
It's the biggest character on this list.
Yeah,
Like,
so if you're
best for
thinking
last,
like,
yeah.
oh man, they really cut out some characters here, you'd be right.
Yeah. Of course, I am referring to Victor Crumb.
the Red Baron
Victor,
himself.
I love you.
I think
Victor, I do.
When we're apart, my heart beats
My
only
heart
for
beats
you.
only for you. Yeah, Victor Crumb. What can I say about this man? He pulls in Granger. He's
a
really
physical
good
being,
at
as Richard puts
Quidditch.
it.
That's great. Yeah, he is a physical being.
He can kind of dance, and that's it. Yeah, he went with the shark head charm. So
Cool Lego
I give
figure.
him yeah, that Lego shark head was $25, but then they re-released it, so now it's not that much. Victor Crumb, I gave a D2. Not much to him. I don't. Did we put Fleur in D?
Yeah. Fleur's a D.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay.
If Fleur Delacour is also a D?
Yes.
Okay.
See, I had Victor Crumb at a C, but a D's okay.
I'm not going to say anything controversial. I think Vernon is at a D. Sorry, Vernon. God
Victor.
damn it. Victor Crumb is at a D. It's his role is interesting. He's kind of introduced as someone for Harry to aspire to be almost in terms of a Quidditch like professional. Though obviously they don't really take that anywhere.
Yeah, he's more like an obstacle for Ron and Hermione's relationship.
Yes.
Yeah, which
also
is
being
fine,
prominent on the Triwizard Tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish there was more interplay during the Triwizard tournaments. My favorite character moment for him is when he is there to kick the reporter out, pretty much. It's like, this tent is only for champions. Like, that is something I actually appreciated. It kind of speaks to
friends.
Yeah, it speaks to the a little bit of his character, but that's still grasping at straws here for him, you know? So solid D for me. Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. D still works. I definitely think he's above Fleur, but okay. So that's all 50. And now we can
Wow,
move.
that only took 2 hours. That's good.
Shut up. Shut up.
What are you talking about? The
I
audience
made
doesn't
a
know what
guess,
you're
okay?
telling me to show.
I made a... Stop peering behind the curtain.
All right. Who wants to move their stuff first?
You would be first. We're going down the line.
Yeah,
so it'd be
you're
Ryder,
first in line,
Crimson,
pal.
Sprinks.
So we're not going in order of the list?
Well, what's
that
the order
means
of the
you're going
list?
first, Sprinks.
What's the order of the list?
No, I mean, Crimson went last. He went with Victor Crumb, so technically you should start.
Oh.
Just
continuing down the line.
Yeah, continuing down the line as we were.
Okay. Sure. Looking at this list.
Gives Crimson more time to strategize.
Because of that, good ploy. Because I really like the advantage of going last. Well, there's only one in F. And I'd be fine raising it up, so then there's no in Fs, which is kind of a nice thing to say. However, However, to save something that I think would be wild to me in comparison, my move is I am lowering Luna to a B.
Oh. Oof. I think you just forced Ryder's hand now.
Maybe, maybe not, but that is my move.
Yeah, he fucking did. Luna's going back to an A.
All right, Luna's going to A, which leaves Crimson.
Like I said, that does. I was very simple with what I said. That was my plan.
Leaves Crimson.
I was gonna keep her an A or above.
I'm like, if you moved her to an S, I would not agree with that S category, so that's why I did it.
I have so many options here.
That's
Sorry
crazy.
we didn't help you at all, Crimson.
That's crazy. Well, now you can talk it out.
Should I just say what's on the line?
Yeah, we can't do anything about it. So
let's see. So what I'm considering, I have 5 here, is Junior. Put boosting him to an A is an option. Draco to a B is an option. Ginny, lower from wherever she was, I forgot. B, so take her to a C. Neville, taking him down to a B. And Ron getting lowered to a B.
It's only one of those is raising?
Yeah. Junior.
Yeah. I think it's the last two that would bug me the most.
Oh, I know Neville would be annoying.
I think Neville, out of your list of 5, Neville would certainly bug me the most. I mean, even Ginny, lowering Ginny to a C is kind of hard.
Yeah.
He can be wrong. It's up to him. I don't.
This is a group tier list, so whatever I pick is what we all agreed upon. That's how that works.
No, I'm
That's
on the record.
not exactly how this works. That's not exactly
how this works.
No.
If we
I'm
post
on the
this
record.
anywhere, it's like, oh, they agreed to this.
I said I would bump Luna to an S, so
I know.
on the record.
Hence why I did so. My original plan was to bump Dobby to an A, but
I might have had to have lowered him if that was the case.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm doing it. I am moving Neville to a B.
You're crazy.
And his hot take will remain. Listen,
Neville's been lowered.
All right. Look, that is our final list.
Which
is one change.
And no one here is happy, which is the hallmark of a good compromise.
Hey, no, I'm happy. I'm really happy with her S. With who we have in S, I'm very happy with that.
I am surprised Sirius didn't make it up there. I thought he was a gimme, but I do like who is currently there.
Hermione, Remus, and Severus Snape. Great. I'm lightly peeved that we do have an F, but that's okay.
I made a compelling argument.
It's fine. It's nearly headless Nick. That's fine. Anywho, that has been.
I mean, you had a couple Fs.
Oh well, I did have 2 Fs, but they're in Ds, so I'm okay with that. Yeah. Nearly headless Nick, I think I had in C.
Well, gentlemen, that was the tier list.
Yes, the Harry Potter character one of 50, so it's our second tier listing.
Yeah. Is there anything else you boys want to say, or shall I read us out?
Let us know in the comments what you think. Let us also know what you think would be a great pick for a new tier list. Like, what's a good pitch for us to go with that you'd like, thoughts on? I just think it would be cool.
Yeah. You guys movie sheep tier list. We just rank a bunch of sheeps from movies. It's a good one.
I actually do something to confess to you, Springs. I was not going to move Luna to an S.
Oh.
You definitely wasted it.
Well, we'll say no. I protected it. What was going to be your?
Yeah, you wasted it. It's okay. I was going to move Neville to an S.
I was going to. We would have forced hands anyhow.
Exactly, hands would have been forced. I would have just dared Crimson to make the change.
Strategically moving Luna down forced your hand. Moving Dobby up would have moved his hand. Moving Neville would have forced his hand. We're all okay.
We all had our particular characters, right?
Yeah.
All right. I think we're good with that.
All right. Well, audience, thank you for listening, whether it be Anchor, Spotify, Amazon, CastBox, Google Podcasts, Pocket Cast, Samsung, and iHeartRadio. And if you're on our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble, please feel free to like, comment, subscribe. Tell us how terrible our tier listing was, like how you disagree with our characters, because I'm sure there's going to be some controversial opinions in that comment section.
Or if you agree.
Controversial.
Either. And as always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.